Well, here we are again. Still got a lot to talk about, so I guess we better get right to it. Put on those seatbelts, base fams. It's time for us to get into this again. All right, Moanob gave out medals, including to herself, sued Fairy Dust B, Goth Dogs, Moanob 123, Mylon Reeson, A Wormy, Look Bovine, Bob Carmody, Styx Dragon Sharon, Bo Z, Jerry McLean, Why Even Bother, Donald James X, Epi Mew, I think that's everybody. Good to see you all. Again. Hopefully it works better than it did last time. Oh, but it's lagging already. That's good. That's a good sign. Styx is here, but they can't read the messages. That's okay. Why is this happening today? This is so random. Oh my god. Could be Galactic Gremlins, could be Starlink. Jesus Christ. I'm almost afraid of saying that things are better, so I'm not gonna say it. But let's just try again, I guess. For whatever reason.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. We begin today's show looking at growing resistance to Elon Musk's demands and threats to the federal workforce and how reporters are disputing the cost-cutting claims of his so-called Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. On Monday, a federal judge temporarily blocked DOGE from accessing private information at the Office of Personnel Management and Education Department.
Oh, shit.
Also on Monday, a different federal judge said the way DOGE is operating may be unconstitutional since the Appointments Clause of the Constitution requires leaders of federal agencies to be nominated by the president and conferred by the Senate, and Elon Musk was neither nominated nor confirmed. This all comes after the Trump-appointed heads of key agencies, including FBI Director Kash Patel, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, all told their workers not to comply with the demand Musk made on Saturday to all 2.3 million federal workers. On his social media platform X, Musk wrote, quote, "Consistent with President Donald Trump's instructions, all federal employees will shortly receive an email requesting to understand what they got done last week. Failure to respond will be taken as a resignation," unquote. In response, the president of the American Federation of Government Employees called Musk unelected and unhinged. Meanwhile, President Trump backed Musk's plan, calling it a, quote, "pretty ingenious idea," and said workers who don't answer would be, quote, "semi-fired or fired," even as the Office of Personnel Management contradicted him and said responses were voluntary. Elon Musk doubled down on Sunday, writing on X, his social media platform, quote, "A large number of good responses have been received already. These are the people who should be considered for promotion," unquote. Critics noted a promotion would then make them probationary, and Musk has directed federal agencies to fire probationary workers. For more, we're joined by two guests. Stephen Engelberg is ProPublica's editor-in-chief, which is as a team of reporters covering Donald Trump's second presidency. And in Philadelphia, we begin with a federal...
Oh my god, this is horrible. I was really hoping if I just ignored it, it would go back to working fine. It's not doing that. Not even kind of doing that right now. And I don't know what the problem is. Oh, it's really bugging me now. PBS is super... Yeah, right, sure. God. I don't even know what to say or do. Have I tried Reiki on the space station? No, not yet. It's my next move. My Dogs has the third... Oh my god. I just noticed it. My Dogs has the greenish tinted... It's really just a combination of yellow and blue, but from far away it looks green. Trick of the color spectrum. Oh, Monoab has the green one too. Got 3, I think that's third, is that third month? I don't remember how it goes. Yeah, it's got to be 3 months. You must have started on day 1. Day 1 of membership availability. I'm just talking now. I'm just literally just talking now because I just don't know what to do. I'm broken inside. I have no idea why this is happening. I'm running the exact same number of things as I always do. There's nothing different about what I've done today. This is very frustrating. I was ready to go today. I was like, you know what, Thursday, let's do Thursday. I like to try and do Thursdays because I hope that maybe some people from the leftist mafia will come over here and they'll subscribe. You know, get some love via that. You know, when the stream ends, I start like an hour and a half or more after them, and so it just feels right because I don't know, they go between like 2 and 3 hours. Get started. By the time we're, you know, getting into the midway of the first half, those are wrapping up. And now we're just stuck in limbo. Limbo, laggy limbo. Inexplicable laggy limbo. The goldfish aren't moving. My mouth isn't moving. The monitors are not moving. Everything is broken. The earth is stuck. It's all very sad. I don't want to leave you all either because I promised you a whole stream and in a half hour, almost record. I think it might have been record time. I honestly don't know. It doesn't keep track of how fast we complete goals, unfortunately. But it feels like it was record time, 30 minutes to complete a goal. And now we are lagging so badly. Look at that, my dog's celebrating membership. Member for 1 month. Doesn't say 2 months. Why doesn't it say 2 months? You have the badge. Why doesn't it say 2 months? That's very strange. That's very strange. But what about YouTube is normal? Exactly.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Yep, that's me. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Whatever I do, don't give the CPU CPR. Yeah, that's a good idea. Don't do that. That will get you electrocuted, probably. Certainly with the computer on. Not a great plan. We're just completely frozen now. It's worse than it was in the first stream. Someone explain that to me. Why is it worse than it was before? Makes no sense. How many USAID grants did I rely on? I wish I had a USAID grant to get taken away. I mean, God. At least we could fight it in court. Yeah, where's the galactic grant money at? Elon got $1.5 billion from NASA for SpaceX. What about the Galactic News Network? Do we not deserve billions of dollars in grant money? No, we don't. But neither did Elon. And so, by way of that exact same logic, I guess we do, while we also don't at the same time. Oh, nothing about this is enjoyable for me. This is all very, very annoying. I'm going to play music in the background while we wait. I don't know what else to do. I wonder if I just turn this off. Will this solve it if I just try and use this mouse this whole time? If I just turn this off. Is that our problem? If it is, I'm going to lose it. But while we wait, I'm just going to play some music. Not the normal stuff. I'll play something else. At least the audio is consistent. Well, that is good. That is neat. You saw the Earth move? Yeah, like a single frame. Nice. Nice. Oh my god, this isn't fixing it either. It's just just completely stuck. This is insane. How and why is this possible? Why is this happening? You could just do an extended chill stream. I could do an extended chill. Just chill. You could just chill out hard. It sounds fun to me. I mean, I'm not leaving at this point because this is insane. There's no reason why this is happening. So I'm gonna sit here and try and troubleshoot this until it works again. So there's no reason it should be like this right now. Oh my god. What's even weirder is that my internet connection is great right now. Having no problems there. Just broken. There's broken now. I do not understand. Oh my god, it's been 20 minutes. Jesus. Can you ask me questions? I suppose. I'm just sitting here right now, looking at what is going on with the stream. It's a local RAM. No, it's not how much RAM I have. I have a lot of RAM on this computer. I have an amount of RAM on this computer that, I don't know, when I was a kid, because I was kind of into computers when I was a kid, I would have thought impossible to get onto a computer. And now is, task manager. Very funny. It's all very funny. All of my processes are working fine. There's nothing that's happening on my end that I can see happening badly. I already looked at activity monitor, and I know how much I'm using right now, and it's not enough to justify what's happening. Something is going on with YouTube right now. I don't know what it is. I don't know if we're getting throttled by someone somewhere. But something is happening here. That has nothing to do with my computer. If I were an animal, which one would I choose and why? Duh. An eagle.
America! Fuck yeah!
I don't know. Honestly, being an eagle would be pretty sweet. Not gonna lie. Although you'd be endangered, so that would be tough. That'd be tough. What is my favorite day of the week? Sunday Funday, of course. Do I have favorite movie? Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know about favorite. I enjoy the films and the TV shows. I don't know if I can pick favorites. This is horrifying. Why is it taking so long to fix this one? I can see Luigi trying to dance right now. He is a trying so hard. Hey, look at that. Luigi's dancing now. Does that mean we can start the stream? 30 minutes in? Jesus Christ. Alright, let's try this again, I guess.
Support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. We begin today's show looking at growing resistance to Elon Musk's demands and threats to the federal workforce and how reporters are disputing the cost-cutting claims of his so-called Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. On Monday, a federal judge temporarily blocked DOGE from accessing private information at the Office of Personnel Management and Education Department. Also on Monday, a different federal judge said the way DOGE is operating may be unconstitutional since the Appointments Clause of the Constitution requires leaders of federal agencies to be nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate, and Elon Musk was neither nominated nor confirmed. This all comes after the Trump-appointed heads of key agencies, including FBI Director Kash Patel, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, all told their workers not to comply with the demand Musk made on Saturday to all 2.3 million federal workers. On his social media platform X, Musk wrote, quote, "Consistent with President Donald Trump's instructions, all federal employees will shortly receive an email requesting to understand what they got done last week. Failure to respond will be taken as a resignation," unquote. In response, the president of the American Federation of Government Employees called Musk unelected and unhinged. Meanwhile, President Trump backed Musk's plan, calling it a, quote, "pretty ingenious idea," and said workers who don't answer would be, quote, "semi-fired or fired."
Immediately,
even as the
if not
Office of
sooner.
Personnel Management contradicted him and said responses were voluntary. Elon Musk doubled down on Sunday, writing on X, his social media platform, quote, "A large number of good responses have been received already. These are the people who should be considered for promotion," unquote. Critics noted a promotion would then make them probationary, and Musk has directed federal agencies to fire probationary workers. For more, we're joined by two guests. Stephen Engelberg is ProPublica's editor-in-chief, which is as a team of reporters covering Donald Trump's second presidency. And in Philadelphia, we begin with a federal worker at the Department of Veterans Affairs, where the Trump cuts already led to the dismissal of more than 1,000 newly hired workers, including nurses, doctors, and other workers. Letitia is using only her first name for interviews, in part out of fear of reprisal. She's also a member of the American Federation of Government Employees. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Letitia, let's begin with you. You work at the Department of Veterans Affairs. All 2.3 million federal workers have gotten this message. They have to say what they did this week, and if they don't respond, they will be considered resigned. Except that a number of different agency heads said you shouldn't respond to that email. And yet President Trump says it was an ingenious idea. Can you explain the kind of chaos in the Veterans Affairs Administration right now? How are federal workers feeling and responding?
Good morning, Amy. Thank you so much for having me and for drawing attention to this national fight. I just want to make the disclaimer that things that I share today are my personal views and of my experience, and I am not representing my agency nor my union in any fashion. The email, what did you do last week? It's insulting, it's disrespectful to the work that federal workers do every single day. As you mentioned earlier, it caused mass confusion, also concern for privacy and the security of the very sensitive and confidential information federal workers handle every single day. This is a game to DOGE. This is a game to Elon. He has acknowledged that it is a ruse, and federal workers.
They're just playing around with things that are incredibly important. Like, they're not. Because to them, it's not that important. You know, services exist for this thing. And in fact, in some cases, having these things existing are getting in the way of their businesses. Right? I mean, Donald Trump just rug pulled his supporters. Or at least seemingly was involved in one, because his cryptocurrency is down massively from the top. Like 80%. This crypto has been crashing. I mean, overall, the whole market is down over 25%. Bitcoin is down 25%. The rest of it's down even more from what I could tell when I looked at it. So, you know, Elon, all of the different agencies, DOT. I mean, Jesus Christ, the FCC, the FAA. So I don't know what to do right now. I know people can hear it, but it's super annoying that we can't see anything. You know, I don't know. I have no idea why this is happening. I changed nothing from Tuesday to now. I've done nothing to this. Oh, God. Schrodinger's employment status. Horrifying. If you don't look in the box, you'll never know whether or not you're employed. You might be. Isn't it better to not know? This is so stupid. I feel like I need to restart the stream, like, and just keep restarting the stream until it starts working. At this point, like, I might just spend the rest. I'm feeling like I should just spend the rest of the night trying to figure out what the fuck changed around here, why this is happening. Although I saw some people suggesting that other people were having streaming problems. I just don't know what would be leading to all that. Like, we've done a lot of work trying to make sure that the stream doesn't lag like it is in the past. Many nights spent debugging the stream, trying to get it running as smoothly as possible. Maybe crypto is running the YouTube servers. Maybe that's it. Oh, God. Oh, I see it moving kinda right now. Every time I get excited, I go to try and start it again. It goes back to being terrible. It looks fine now.
Are learning and understanding that this is all a ruse, right? It's under the guise of efficiency, of accountability, but we know the rude awakening that Elon calls it, or the second dose of reality, which is his real goal, is to gut public services in the federal workforce and pave the way for privatization of public services, goods, and programs that we all need and love.
Well, Letitia, the VA is one of the largest agencies in the federal government, about 400,000 employees. What was the communication you got from VA supervisors about, if any, about what you should do in terms of this deadline that Musk imposed?
Yes. So, we were at the time, earlier part of the day before we were then told that we did not have to reply, our union as well as our agency did direct us to comply to the request.
And what has been the morale and of your fellow employees as you're facing this contradictory pronouncements and announcements of layoffs, rescinding of layoffs? Could you talk about what the impact is on your day-to-day work?
Sure. So, including myself, as well as my colleagues, this is very distressing for us. It's demoralizing and it's dehumanizing. We know what we do for the federal government, for the American public, truly, every single day. Like, the United States Postal Service ensures that mail gets processed and delivered to every home address in the United States of America. The Consumer Protection Bureau ensures that, these corporations are held accountable and making sure that, everyday working families are not being scammed. It's demoralizing.
Yeah, she's absolutely right. Demoralizing. It's repressive, and not just on people, but it's also causing a lot of problems in other places, like with industry, right? Within the economy that people are always so excited about. Always so concerned about the economy. Well, doing this kind of stuff is bad for the economy. I'm gonna move it slightly further down. Somehow I feel like I'm moving super slow today. I wonder why that is. Maybe because we aren't getting any of the videos done, because I've been dealing with lag for what feels like an hour and a half. Trying to figure, has it been longer than that? Oh my god, how's it 1 o'clock right now?
Tisha, who is a Veterans Affairs federal worker. We're joined by Stephen Engelberg, who is ProPublica's editor-in-chief, which has a team of reporters covering President Trump. In December, Stephen, you wrote an open letter to Elon Musk in which you suggested his Department of Government Efficiency read the ProPublica reporting on wasteful practices and spending by federal agencies. On Monday, you wrote a piece headlined, "The Trump Administration Keeps Citing an Untrue Stat as it Targets Federal Workers." It begins, "As the administration of President Donald Trump throws one government agency after another into the wood chipper, a startling statistic about federal workers keeps coming up. Only 6% of federal employees are working full-time in their offices. By any post-pandemic standard, it's an astoundingly low number, particularly as major American corporations move to force workers back to the office 5 days a week. It's also completely untrue," unquote. Stephen Engelberg, talk about why you dug into this one false claim among many, what you found, and how it fits into the bigger picture here, why this is so significant.
Good morning, Amy. Well, of course, we are hearing an awful lot of things that are untrue. Ukraine attacked Russia, so on. I mentioned in the piece the rise and fall of the $50 million in condoms to Gaza. So there are many, many kind of false claims filtering around here.
I don't want reality.
This one caught my eye because it was a bit of a sort of a kerfuffle in early December. A senator from Idaho, Senator Joni Ernst, who's a big longtime foe of the federal workforce's purported wasteful practices, put out a report, and it said 6% of federal workers, only 6% of federal workers show up to work Monday through Friday. And the minute that came out, it was there was in the New York Post, Hannity picked it up, Fox News, Speaker Mike Johnson, so it was everywhere. And, being an investigative type, we at ProPublica do a lot of investigative reporting. I was just curious, where did this come from? And so I went to the report. The report had footnotes, and the footnote took me to something. There was a story done by Federal News Network, operation out of Washington that covers the federal workforce. And they had done a sort of completely unscientific survey saying, write in if you want to tell us about your work habits. And so they got a little over 6,000 people writing in. And by the time that I got to the website, they had put an editor's note in saying, this is an unscientific survey. Everyone's self-selected. There is no possibility that this is actually accurate. In fact, the OMB has done kind of the definitive survey of this. And first of all, only 50% of federal workers can work remotely at all. So half the workforce goes to work every day because if you think about it, aircraft carriers and veterans hospitals and so on. I mean, the doctors can't work remotely. The nurses can't work remotely. There are 5,000 sailors on an aircraft carrier. They're not working remotely. So it was...
I'm working remotely on the submarine. Yeah, it does sound insane when you say it out loud. So yeah, unshocking to myself and probably to many, Trump administration and the DOGE boys making false claims about the government to justify the insane things that they're doing. Let's talk more about those incorrect claims. Wait, is it lagging again? It looks okay to me right now. Is everybody live? I was way behind a second ago.
Billionaire Elon Musk says his campaign to fire tens of thousands of federal workers and cancel government contracts is in the name of rooting out fraud and waste. His DOGE group has posted what it calls a wall of receipts on its website that claims it has saved billions by cutting certain federal contracts. But reports and government documents prove that many of these so-called savings are either misleading or incorrect.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Joins us now. So, Laura, what kinds of savings are Musk and his team claiming, and does the math add up?
So Elon Musk and his team on that wall of receipts say that their total cuts equal $65 billion in savings. They base that on contract cancellations, firing workers, and, quote, fraud detection. But as the New York Times first reported, 5 of DOGE's biggest contracts that they say have resulted in savings ended up being deleted from that wall of receipts after outlets pointed out that there were errors. And some of the biggest errors in savings are, as CBS first reported, a USAID contract for $650 million that was listed 3 times. As The Intercept first reported, a Social Security contract listed as $232 million instead of $560,000.
That's close.
And an
That's
ICE
those are big
contract
numbers.
that DOGE listed as $8 billion.
500,000, 200 million. They're really, so close. I mean, God. It's unfair. It's unfair that people are criticizing their lack of accuracy at the efficiency department.
And in reality, it was $8 million.
It's hard to be accurate
that
and efficient sometimes, right? Although I could have sworn within efficiency was the implication of success. But it seems like there's not a lot of success going on. Mostly blunders and horrible decisions.
contract was a credit line. That means that ICE may have never ended up paying out that total $8 million. And some of these contracts were on the wall of receipts were either already paid or canceled under the Biden administration. So DOGE is essentially taking a lot of credit in time for some of these contracts that don't appear to be actually the savings that they say they are.
I know you were working the phones and talking to vendors who appear on this so-called wall of receipts. What did they tell you?
So our colleague Kyle Madura spoke to one of these federal vendors, a Taylor Jones. His company, Culture Point, does leadership and management training. And his company was listed on DOGE's wall of receipts as having a contract for almost $10 million. But Taylor Jones told NewsHour that not only was the amount of money wrong, it was actually $100,000, but it was not a guaranteed payment. It was a credit line, and the agreement with the government was never signed.
Come on!
We never had a contract, and we've actually never had a contract with the government that was, a $10 million contract or even a $1 million contract. So not that we're opposed to it, but it just never happened. So we were a little surprised to start getting calls from reporters about a non-contract that was never executed.
So essentially, there wasn't even a contract to delete, Jeff. And when
$10 million in savings. We did it, people. We're saving you lots and lots of money. Even though the people who were supposedly recipients of that money never got that money, and the amount that was actually offered and never even received was 10,000, at least 1,000 times less. I think it's more than that. I'm trying to think. Wait, how much was it? Wait, 10. It's whatever it is. It's much, much less. Math is tough. Okay, well, Elon Musk led Donald Trump led his first cabinet meeting 2.0, right? Trump term 2.0. First cabinet meeting happened, it's on Wednesday, I think, right? No, sorry. Yeah, Wednesday. It started off with the live feed from the White House. Is it lagging again? Don't do that. Stop lagging. Why does YouTube hate me? And why is it lagging again? Okay, well, at least it's not as bad as it was before. To the White House.
Very much. We appreciate you being here, and we've put together a great cabinet, and we've had tremendous success. We've been given a lot of credit for having a very successful first month, and we want to make that many months and years, actually. But we're going to have many good months, and we're going to have many good years, I hope, and we're going to solve a lot of problems. We're doing very well with Russia, Ukraine. President Zelensky is going to be coming on Friday. That's now confirmed, and we're going to be signing an agreement, which will be a very big agreement. And I want to thank Howard and Scott for the job you guys did in putting it together. You really did an amazing job.
Amazing job.
And that'll be on rare earth and other things.
We need the rare earth.
And as you know, we're in for probably $350
keep hearing so much about the rare earth.
Europe is in for $100 billion. And that's a big difference. So we're in for probably 3 times as much, and yet it's very important to everybody, but Europe's very close. We have a big ocean separating us. So
big ocean. We don't need to protect Europe.
Hopefully we'll step up and do maybe more than they're doing, and maybe a lot more.
This insane nationalist like gobbledygook that Donald Trump is spitting out here. is so ill-conceived. This withdrawal from our allies is insane. Everything he's saying is fucking insane. But, I mean, he keeps talking about how Europe should just defend themselves. We have a big ocean between us and Russia. Even though, technically, what is it, the, like, Kamchatka province and Alaska are not very far apart from each other. But who cares about Alaska? Oh wait, we're drilling it. Actually, it might be important. We promised to drill the shit out of Alaska. Might need to be able to keep the territory. But yeah, it's just, this whole thing is fucking insane. This is an hour of insanity. We're not going to watch the whole thing, don't worry.
This administration put us in a very bad position, but we've been able to make a deal where we're going to get our money back, and we're going to get a lot of money in the future, and I think that's appropriate because we have taxpayers that are shouldn't be footing the bill, and they shouldn't be footing the bill at more than the Europeans are paying. So it's all been worked out. We're happy about it, and I think
it's all been worked out.
Very importantly, we're going to be able to make a deal. Most importantly, by far, we're going to make a deal with Russia and Ukraine to stop killing people. They'll stop killing young Russian soldiers and young Ukrainian soldiers and other people in addition in the towns and cities. And we will consider that a very important thing and a big accomplishment because it was going nowhere until this administration came in. They hadn't spoken to President Putin in 2 years. And so we'll keep you advised. Before we begin the cabinet, I'd like to have Scott and a couple of people say a few things, but most importantly, where are you?
Right here.
This is a gentleman who's going places, the head of HUD, and he's going to say, you all know him. And
you all know him, the head of HUD, whatever his name is. Does a really great prayer. Super good. It's just so good.
And in your rightful place, Father, thank you for giving us this opportunity to restore faith in this country and be a blessing to the people of America. And Lord God, today in our meeting,
this is what we need, apparently. We need prayers in the cabinet meetings. That's not alienating to anybody, I'm sure. Oh my God.
Will be glorified in our conversation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Scott, that was a very good job you did. You've done that before.
Great job, Scott.
Wow. So Scott Turner's a terrific young guy. He's heading up HUD, and he's going to make us all very proud, right?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Great job. In just over 1 month, illegal border crossings have plummeted by numbers that nobody's actually ever seen before. It's much more than 100%.
They are already plummeting.
We've unleashed American energy.
We all know that they were already plummeting, and then I came into office and they plummeted even more to the point that they were already at. It's very impressive.
At levels that
best border
will soon
anyone's
be,
ever seen.
Reported, but we think we're going to get it going very quickly. We have incredible people on the energy front. I think we have really great people on every front. I'll let you know if they're not good, but I think they really are. And we're fighting every day to get the prices down. The inflation is stopping slowly, but part of the reason it's stopping is because of high interest rates and other problems that we inherited. But we have to get the prices down, not the inflation down, the prices of eggs and various other things. Eggs are a disaster. The Secretary of Agriculture is going to be showing you a chart that's actually mind-boggling what's happened, how low they were with us and how high they are now.
What about rent prices?
But I think we can do something about it, Madam Secretary, and I think you're going to do a fantastic job in that position. One of the most important initiatives is DOGE, and we have cut billions and billions and billions of dollars. We're looking to get it maybe to $1 trillion. If we can do that, we're going to start getting to be at a point where we can think in terms of balancing budgets, believe it or not, something you haven't heard in many, many years.
Something you haven't heard in many
decades,
years.
Actually.
We're not prepared to actually do it, but we're saying it a lot right now.
And it's a big, whether it's this year or next year, I think we'll be very close to balancing budgets. And the DOGE is very important. And Elon is here to give you summary of what's happening, some of the things they found, some of the horrible things they found, some of the theft and fraud, and we call it waste and abuse.
So
but
we call it the waste and abuse, even though it's just the regular stuff. We call it that. Not a lot of people call it waste, fraud, and abuse. Just the existence of government employees, but that's what Elon tells me, is that they're very bad. Russ Vogt, he says, actually, government employees existing is a fraud on the American people. It's terrible.
To be able to prove his fraud, but when you hear the names and the places where this money's going, it's a disgrace. But we've requested that a lot of people, we want to make sure that the people are working. So letters were sent out, and I think everyone at this table is very much behind it. And if they
Steve Witkoff looks very uncomfortable right now.
They're very much behind it. Letters were sent out to people just to find out if the people exist.
Is it just me, or is Steve Witkoff's body language just sort of screaming uncomfortable? I don't know what it is. It's making him so uncomfortable right now. It's very strange.
Do they work? Who do they work for? Where are they? Where have they been working? Have they been working for other companies or other entities at all? Or being paid by the government, so they have two jobs, but they're supposed to have one. And the letter asks some simple questions like, what have you done lately? And if they can answer that, because I can tell you everything I've done.
Now, there is a reference that I'm going to go to at some point here with all this. One which I think is very fitting. We're going to wait till the very end of all this here to break it out. But this keeps reminding me of something. Hold on, we're just going to listen to his opening speech, and then we're going to move on to clips. Because there's no way we're watching all this. It's out of control.
Last long period of time, a lot more than a week. And in many cases, we haven't gotten responses. Usually that means that maybe that person doesn't exist, or that person doesn't want to say they're working for another company while being paid by the United States government. So there's a lot of interesting things. It's very unique, but we have a very unique situation because we have a lot of people that were scamming our country. We have a lot of dishonest people. We have a lot of people that took advantage of a lot of different situations, and we're not going to let that happen. So I'm going to ask if it's possible to have Elon get up first and talk about DOGE, because it seems to be of great interest to everyone.
Everybody seems to be interested in this.
There is a large
quasi-governmental
group
institution
of people in this country that have such admiration for what we're doing. I got elected with a tremendous vote, winning every swing state, winning the popular vote, winning the counties by thousands of counties. I think it was
I didn't get as many votes as Biden.
2,800 to 500. 2,800 counties to 500 counties. Think of that. And so we have a mandate to do this, and this is part of the reason I got elected. I got elected based on taxes and based on many things in the border,
for the rich,
but also based on balancing budgets and getting our country back into shape. And
that's
this
what I
is a big
said.
part of it.
All my speeches is like, hey, we're going to balance the budget. It got a lot of clap, a lot of cheers. Anybody remember him talking about balancing the budget during his campaign? Because all I remember was him talking about Sleepy Joe, and then once Joe Biden dropped out, it was, I mean, the whole time it was immigrants, Lack and Riley, and Kamala, whatever you call her. Is she black? Not black, I don't know. They're eating the cats and the dogs. In between those, he was, but of course, in between all that stuff, he was saying, we have to balance the budget. It's very high right now.
Elon, if you could get up and explain where you are, how you're doing, and how much we're cutting, and it's an honor to have you. He's been a tremendously successful guy. He's really working so hard, and he's got businesses to run, and in many ways
he's very busy. He's got a lot of conflicts of interest to be looking over. He's got a lot of conflicts of interest, and he's taking all this time away from those conflicts of interest to enrich himself by those very means. And it's really hard for him. It's It's very hard.
And getting a lot of praise, I'll tell you, but he's also getting hit. And we would expect that, and that's the way it works. So I'd like to have Elon Musk please say a few words.
Please, Elon, get in there.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually just call myself a humble tech support here because this is actually, as crazy as it sounds, that is
he's killing it.
Almost a literal description of...
You can't even get these people to laugh. That is sad. That is really sad, Elon. You really are incredibly unlikable, and that hat does not fit you right. You look fucking stupid.
The work that the DOGE team is doing is helping fix the government computer systems. Many of these systems are extremely old. They don't communicate. There are a lot of mistakes in the systems. The software doesn't work. So we are actually tech support. It's ironic, but it's true. The overall goal here with the DOGE team is to help address the enormous deficit. We simply cannot sustain as a country $2 trillion deficits. The interest rate...
Maybe we should start taxing you more, Elon. Is that a good idea, you think? You know? Maybe stop giving you all these billion-dollar handouts for SpaceX and all these other things. You remember that?
Just the interest on the national debt now exceeds the Defense Department spending. We spend a lot on the defense.
Yeah, we spend a lot on, you know, Elon contracts. As I'm calling Elon tracts. So yeah, Elon goes on for like, trying to think. At least like 15 minutes or something like that, but he's, or maybe not that long. 10 minutes. Donald Trump gets in there. Elon does a fair bit of talking. It's some of the most awkward public speaking I think I've ever seen. And I'm not going to subject you all to having to listen to it all in one shot. So, I've broken up some of it. Hopefully we... Oh my god. Taking 3 hours to get to where I'm at right now is just devastating. Having taken 3 full hours to get to where we're at right now is genuinely breaking me down inside. Oh my god. Oh, it hurts. Alright. Let's go here to PBS, keep talking about this cabinet meeting.
Welcome to the News Hour. At the White House today, President Donald Trump convened the very first cabinet meeting of his second administration.
In an hour-plus Q&A with reporters, Mr. Trump did most of the talking, and there was one figure there who didn't have a physical seat at the table, but whose influence was undeniable. Lisa Desjardins starts our coverage.
What was he doing there?
At the table, some 24 members of President Trump's cabinet meeting for the first time.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
And on the side, a special government employee whose work impacts them all, billionaire Elon Musk.
So I'm going to ask if it's possible to have Elon get up first and talk about DOGE.
Musk was effusive about Trump.
And President Trump has put together, I think, the best cabinet ever.
And pointed about government employees,
Even
defending
the
email
like
directing
the
them to list their actions on the job.
I think that email perhaps was best interpreted as a performance review, but actually it was a pulse check review. Do you have a pulse? Do you have a pulse and 2 neurons? So if you have a pulse and 2 neurons, you can reply to an email.
In a chaotic rollout, some agencies told workers not to respond. But even so, Trump gave this warning.
I'd like to add that those million people that haven't responded, though, Elon, they are on the bubble.
They're on the bubble.
I wouldn't say that we're thrilled about it. You know, they haven't responded.
Definitely. They might get fired. Everybody remember that. It was Elon's idea, but it's a great idea. And those people are all in jeopardy of losing their jobs. They don't respond to that email and tell us everything they've been doing.
Indicates the Trump administration is getting ready to greatly rev up layoffs. It directs federal agencies to develop large-scale reductions in force by mid-March. Trump turned to Lee Zeldin, who runs the Environmental Protection Agency, and put the scope into perspective.
He thinks he's going to be cutting 65% or so of the people from environmental, and we're going to speed up the process at the same time.
As he slices government, Trump, who ran on fighting inflation, addressed a spike.
We have to get the prices down, not the inflation down, the prices of eggs and various other things. Eggs are a disaster.
Well, if we had negative inflation, aka deflation, we could do that. Stop, propping up all these things that are causing inflation. But also, I like the idea of price controls. Price control eggs, price control rent, price control a bunch of shit. Negative price controls. Forcing these prices down. Get it done. Doing everything else by executive order. Might as well do that.
The Secretary of Agriculture is going to be showing.
I wonder if anybody... Do you think that Elon has any conflicts of interest on that? Or, I don't know, say Donald Trump? Do you think he would want rent prices to go down on a real estate holder? You think that he's interested in seeing negative appreciation on his assets, sources of income? Because if rent prices go down, hotel prices go down too. Those rooms are suddenly cheaper.
A chart that's actually mind-boggling what's happened, how low they were with us and how high they are now. But I think we can do something about it.
From there, a grab bag of questions from reporters.
Mr. President, part of your mission, sir.
Asked about immigration policy, Trump pitched his so-called gold card idea.
It's sort of a green card plus.
A path to citizenship with a $5 million investment price tag per person. It would replace the current EB-5 immigrant investor visa.
If we sell 1 million, right, 1 million, that's $5 trillion. $5 trillion.
The current program sees $100
$5 trillion. Can you imagine?
Follow the rich white man.
Everybody is going to be coughing up all that million billionaires. There's not a million billionaires. Yeah, apparently everybody's going to fork over $5 million to get into the country. That's not going to add to inflation or to inequality, of course. Getting a bunch of people who can pay out $5 million for citizenship. No way. There's no way that affects anything. Inequality? What? Regular people have $5 million just sitting around. Don't we all have millions in cash just sitting around? This is just normal people. Just normal people Donald Trump's going to bring into the country. We're going to make America great again. You know what this all reminds me of?
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Yeah, that.
President Trump held his first cabinet meeting of his second term in office at the White House today. Among the topics on the docket were securing the U.S. border with Mexico, President Trump's tariff plans, and the U.S.'s standing on the global stage. But one of the key talking points at the table was Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency and its efforts to slash the size and spending of the federal government.
We have cut billions and billions and billions of dollars. We're looking to get it maybe to $1 trillion. If we can do that, we're going to start getting to be at a point where we can think in terms of balancing budgets, believe it or not, something you haven't heard in many, many years, decades actually.
There have been conflicting statements out of the Trump administration over an email asking all federal employees to reply and state 5 recent achievements or face being fired. Elon Musk, who does not hold an official cabinet position, was at the meeting and discussed that email. Musk is also not the official administrator of DOGE, CBS News has learned, but has been tasked with overseeing its work by the president.
If you have a pulse in 2 neurons, you can reply to an email. This is, I think not a high bar, is what I'm saying. This is, anyone could accomplish this?
Today, the Office of Personnel Management and the Office of Management and Budget issued a memo ordering another round of mass firings for federal workers. The so-called reduction in force is the latest effort by the Department of Government Efficiency to cut what it calls wasteful spending and reduce the size of the government.
Yeah. It does feel like Elysium. It's a good reference. It does feel like that. But no. What this reminds me of is a little office conspiracy from one little show by the name of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Who is Pepe Sylvia?
They're on to me, dude. Those guys are sharp as nails up there. You can't put anything past them. Oh my God, dude, I'm freaking out. I am so stressed out. I feel like I'm having a panic attack.
You want to talk about stress? You want to talk about stress? Okay? I've stumbled onto a major company conspiracy, Mac. How about that for stress? What the hell are you talking about? This company is being bled like a stuck pig, Mac, and I got a paper trail to prove it. Check this out. Take a look at this.
Jesus Christ,
That right there is the mail. Now let's talk about the mail. Can we talk about the mail, please, Mac? I'm dying to talk about the mail with you all day, okay? Pepe Sylvia. This name keeps coming up over and over again. Every day, Pepe's mail's getting sent back to me. Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. I look in the mail. Well, this whole box is Pepe Sylvia. So I say to myself, I gotta find this guy. I gotta go up to his office. I gotta put his mail in the guy's goddamn hands. Otherwise, he's never gonna get it. He's gonna keep coming back down here. So I go up to Pepe's office. And what do I find out? What do I find out? There's no Pepe Sylvia. The man does not exist, okay? So I decided, oh, shit, buddy, I gotta dig a little deeper. There's no Pepe Sylvia. Hold on, Pepe. There's not a single goddamn desk in that office. There is no... Mac, half the employees in this building have been made up. This office is a goddamn ghost town.
Okay, Charlie, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. Not only do all of these people exist, but they have been asking for their mail on a daily basis. It's all they're talking about up there. Jesus Christ, dude. We are gonna lose our jobs.
Well, calm down, because here's one thing that's not gonna happen.
Oh my God.
What? We're not gonna get fired.
But that's exactly what's happening right now. A bunch of psychotic conspiracy theory nerds who may be struggling with some mental health crisis are canceling everybody's mail. But all of those people actually exist, and that's all they can talk about. Where the fuck is the mail? And why haven't I seen it?
They've been asking for their mail on a daily basis. It's all they're talking about up there. Jesus Christ, dude. We are gonna lose our jobs.
Well, calm down, because here's one thing that's not gonna happen.
What?
We're not gonna get fired.
We're not.
Because we've already been fired.
We've lost our jobs?
Yeah. About 3 days ago, a couple pink slips came in the mail. One for you, one for me. So what did I do? I mailed them halfway to Siberia. Okay?
If we've lost our jobs, that means we've lost our health insurance, which means all of this was for nothing. God damn it, dude. I'm having a panic attack. I'm actually having a panic
Will
attack.
you settle down and have another cup of coffee?
I am, bro.
All right, well, fine. You know what, Barney? Give this guy a cigarette. He's freaking out.
Huh? Who?
Barney. He's the guy who tipped me off to Pepe Sylvia.
Barney? Who the hell is Barney?
You don't see... Oh, shit. What the hell did he...
But am I wrong? Is this not an incredibly prescient clip for the times? Oh my God, so much of it applies, and I wish we could send them a couple of pink slips. But of course, they'd probably send them halfway to Siberia. But who would be there to stop them? I don't know. Hopefully not. We're not paying for their health insurance. All right, let's keep talking about this goddamn chaotic blitz that has been happening in our government.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now's Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
President Trump's holding his first cabinet meeting today. The White House has confirmed attendees will include Elon Musk, the world's richest man, who's expected to talk about DOGE, the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, which is working to dismantle the entire U.S. government agencies and reduce government services. Earlier this week, 21 staffers at DOGE resigned in protest over Musk's actions. In a joint resignation letter, the engineers, data scientists, designers, and product managers wrote, quote, "We will not use our skills as technologists to compromise core government systems, jeopardize American sensitive data, or dismantle critical public services. We will not lend our expertise to carry out or legitimize DOGE's actions," they wrote. The mass resignation comes amidst growing questions over the legality and effectiveness of DOGE's actions. Last week, DOGE claimed it had saved taxpayers $8 billion by canceling a single immigration-related contract. In fact, it wasn't $8 billion. The contract was $8 million. DOGE has since removed reference to this and 4 other large contracts it had highlighted on its so-called wall of receipts, removing all top 5. While Musk is attending today's cabinet meeting, the White House claims it's claiming the actual head of DOGE is a little-known government employee named Amy Gleason, currently on vacation in Mexico. She reportedly was not aware the White House was planning to reveal her name. Meanwhile, Musk has given a new ultimatum to federal workers to justify their jobs or risk being fired, this despite pushback from several agency heads, as Elon Musk tries to reshape the federal government, much like he did after taking over Twitter. We're joined by a prominent critic of big tech, Cory Doctorow. He's a science fiction author, activist, and journalist. He works for the Electronic Frontier Foundation. He has a new book out. It's called Picks and Shovels, a Martin Hench novel. Cory, it's great to have you with us at the table here in New York. Why don't you start off to...
I don't know about you, but this book cover gives me big-time Severance vibes. And Cory Doctorow is just the sort of guy to do a Severance-type book.
Cory, it's great to have you with us at the table here in New York. Why don't you start off by responding to what Elon Musk is doing? He'll be apparently at this cabinet meeting, though he's not a cabinet member, approved by the Senate today, with President Trump. When did you first come to know Elon Musk? And tell us his story.
Oh, it's a funny story. So I'm a science fiction writer.
Give me a joke.
Broadly speaking, cyberpunk novels. I've also been involved in digital rights for about 25 years. And one day, Elon Musk tweeted that he considered himself a utopian socialist in the model of E&M Banks. Now, I knew Banks a little. He was a friend and a friendly colleague of mine, a socialist science fiction writer from Scotland. And I said, I knew Ian. He was an ardent trade unionist. You're under innumerable investigations by the NLRB. I don't think you can call yourself a utopian socialist in his model and his mode. And Musk replied...
Remember, no curses.
Yeah, indeed. Musk replied, well, I've read his classic culture novel series, and there are no trade unions there. And I said, yes, but it takes place in a far future where you have giant spaceships with 1 trillion people on them traveling at 1,000 times the speed of light, controlled by artificial intelligences with many millions of times the capacity of human beings. And he said, well, I have very advanced factories to make my Teslas. And I said, there is an enormous difference between the world imagined by Ian Banks
some of the things
and
that I say will be incorrect.
Process of eking out very tiny gains in the efficiency of making electric vehicles, and he called me an enemy of humanity and blocked me. So that was my only experience with him. But, like innumerable tech bros, he has mistaken cyberpunk for a suggestion rather than a warning. As someone who is in the business of writing a lot of warnings, I find this baffling and
I feel like he watches like future like dystopian fiction and sees it as a model rather than as, like he said, a warning, as a sort of a what's the word, a bellwether. I think I'm using that correctly. Cautionary tale. Instead, he's like, oh, this is a great idea. How can we facilitate techno-fascism faster? How can we make this thing happen from whatever altered carbon or any of these other sort of future dystopian? I don't know why that's the first one I think of.
Very demoralizing.
And Corey, you also work for the Electronic Frontier Foundation, which is tries to defend freedom in technology, law, and policy. Well, how do you respond to Musk's claim that he believes in free speech absolutism?
Well, I'm very proud to have worked with the EFF for 23 years. We are the first organization to have filed a lawsuit that names Musk and DOGE by name. We're suing over the Privacy Act for the privacy of Americans and federal workers. This idea that Musk is the apotheosis of a kind of tech ethic, it's easy to fall into if all you pay attention to are tech bosses and the odd, broccoli hair brown shirt that they send into our federal agencies. But when you look at what tech workers have historically done, you find a cohort of people who, by and large, got interested in tech because they themselves experienced something profound and liberatory by connecting to networks that connected them to people all over the world and to, disfavor political views like the idea that Black Lives Matter or women shouldn't be routinely sexually harassed by their bosses. All of these things that have come to the fore thanks to the ability of people to organize over tech. And they want to bring that liberatory power to other people. And often they've been able to hold the line against.
I love the clip choices from Democracy Now! Sometimes I feel like they're like quietly making a joke and like poking fun at Elon. Like, this is maybe the most awkward dance ever recorded. And they're just looping it for this discussion. It's fucking hilarious.
Power to other people, and often they've been able to hold the line against their bosses, even as their bosses opted for this very callow, rent-seeking approach to things, because tech workers were in such high demand. They weren't unionized, but they had a lot of power that arose from their scarcity. The fact that you could walk across the street from any big tech shop and get another job the same day that paid just as well, if not better, as the job you were in, meant that tech workers often told their bosses to go to hell when their bosses told them to screw up the things that they'd missed their mother's funerals to ship on time. And so even as we saw the dismantling of other forces that disciplined tech companies, the dismantling of antitrust law that allowed these companies to buy all their competitors, merge to monopoly and reduce the internet to 5 giant websites filled with screenshots of text from the other 4, the regulatory capture that sees grotesqueries like Keir Starmer firing their top tech trustbuster and replacing him last month with the former head of Amazon UK. As we saw the expansion of IP law that made it illegal to jailbreak devices and add ad blockers and privacy blockers and do other things that allow, say, gig workers to refuse to take jobs unless the wage rose to a threshold that all the gig workers in a region agreed was sufficient for a living wage. Even as those forces melted away, you saw tech workers holding the line against their bosses. And I think this is one of the reasons that tech bosses are so horny about AI. If you listen to the rhetoric carefully, you'll hear that what they really are excited about is not just the idea of generically replacing labor with AI, but specifically replacing coders with AI. And if you talk to experienced coders about what it's like to co-pilot your programming session with AI, very experienced coders say, oh, well, I can get a little bit of efficiency gains around the edges. But the idea that you replace all those very experienced coders and replace them with low-level coders without much experience who just supervise the AI is a recipe for producing tech debt at scale, where you have lurking bugs that eventually come back to bite you in the butt. But for tech bosses, firing this uppity workforce, adding to the 250,000 that they fired in 2023, the 150,000.
I know we just glazed over that one, but that is something to definitely be concerned about, right? If you have a black box doing all of your coding for you for an app, and you don't know how it's arriving at different decisions, tweaking it for security purposes could be incredibly difficult. It'll be harder to figure out where loopholes in the security may exist, leaving people susceptible to attack, other sorts of malicious actions. And suddenly you might have things, if they rely like they're talking about doing, coding, not on coders, but on coding programs, like AI programs. Oh my God, the implications, outages, potentially, if say a security bug is found, how long is it going to take for them to sort through everything to actually solve it? It's going to be much more difficult, right? Whereas if you have a dedicated team of people dealing with it, right, they know, they can figure out pretty quickly where the attack, like, you know, managed to come through, and be able to tell you where the flaw is.
In 2024, the tens of thousands they fired this year, the ones that Facebook has just announced they're going to fire with a 5% across the board wage cut that's coupled with double bonuses for their executives this year. You know, this is the thing that excites them, is the ability to get rid of the last group of people who, like these tech workers who just resigned from the US government, have said, I will not allow my boss to harm my users.
I wanted to ask you a speech you gave in Toronto on Monday evening. You talked about the Trump presidency as an existential crisis, but also one that presents opportunities. What kind of opportunities?
Yeah, sure. You know, when life gives you SARS, you got to make sarsaparilla. And if you look at the worst tech policies around the world, they came at the end of a coercive process delivered by the U.S. trade representative, who said that if you want free trade with the U.S., if you don't have to pay tariffs when your goods are exported to the U.S., you are going to have to agree that it's illegal to reverse engineer and modify U.S. tech products, which means that you can't modify the digital diagnostic system in a car so that any mechanic can fix it without buying $10,000 per vendor tools from the official vendors. It means that if you want to refill printer ink cartridges so that you can make your own generic ink in country rather than paying the American firms like HP the incredible premiums they charge on ink. I mean, I know ink is not our biggest issue here, but ink costs $10,000 a gallon. It's the most expensive fluid you as a civilian can purchase without a permit. Ink is so expensive that now you print your grocery lists with colored water that costs more per milliliter than the semen of a Kentucky Derby winning stallion. And the only reason that Canada, Mexico, European countries in the global south can't refill their ink cartridges is reverse engineering the lock on the ink cartridge is illegal. Now, if the only reason we have these laws is because these countries have pursued a tariff-free relationship with the U.S., and if Trump is engaged in this like unscheduled mid-air disassembly of the global trade system, and now we have Canadians faced with 25% across-the-board tariffs to ship their goods to the U.S., why bother keeping these laws on the books? And if they do remove these laws, if we do allow domestic tech competitors all over the world to reverse engineer, modify, and erode the high monopoly rents extracted by these American tech firms, we do something very effective in this trade war, because the only thing keeping the S&P 500 afloat are these tech monopolists. If you take the big tech stocks out of the S&P 500, you've got a stock market that has been in decline for a decade. And when you decompose their balance sheets and you see where they get all their money, it's from price gouging on repairs, service, parts, consumables, software. You know, every time a Canadian software author writes an app and a Canadian customer buys that app, 30 cents of every dollar that Canadian customer spends makes a round trip through Cupertino, California, where Apple takes 30 cents out of it. We could just abolish that system and create a 30% premium for every newspaper that collects subscription dollars through an app, every software author, every musician, every book author, every music or games creator who runs through these big US app stores. And if you...
Yeah, and this is an issue that affects yours truly. You know, every dollar that goes through Twitch or PayPal, not PayPal, sorry, Twitch or YouTube, sorry, my brain just broke, gets like 30% taken from it, right? PayPal, I think they take like 3%. Cash App is 0%. And Patreon is also like 3 or 4% or something like that. But yeah, everybody's trying to get their cut on these things. And Apple recently started doing a bunch of really shady stuff. That's why I keep talking about that. When I do the messages, you know, they've been trying to enforce their App Store policies on Patreon for any So if you have people signed up to your Patreon through the Apple app rather than on the website or through the Android app, Apple's going to try and use their monopoly power to. They're not just trying to; they're successfully forcing Patreon to give them that money to look through, and they take up to 75 days to go through it. Whatever they're doing with that money for that 2.5 months, I do not know.
You would kick American big industry right in the dongle. You know, if you're angry at Elon Musk, you know, don't just get performatively offended about his Nazi salutes. Make it legal for mechanics all over the world to jailbreak Teslas so that every subscription feature in that Tesla that generates the recurring revenue source that creates Tesla's ridiculous earnings to valuation ratio, all of those car owners can just for one price get all that service unlocked. Elon Musk never gets another dime from them. That really hits him where it hurts. He loves the attention that he gets from the Nazi salute. He's going to be a lot less happy if he can't get, you know, a couple $100 every month from every Tesla owner for access to the full battery or the acceleration curve or any of the other things that he sells as a subscription in his cars.
Elon Musk recently appeared on Fox News, as usual.
I actually didn't realize that they had subscription service software for Teslas. I knew that they had spent a lot of time and money trying to force people to use their own repairs, people. But I did not know about pay to have software on your Tesla. That is fascinating.
Alongside President Trump defending his actions at DOGE.
One of the biggest functions of the DOGE team is just making sure that the presidential executive orders are actually carried out. And this is, I just want to point out, this is a very important thing because the president is the elected representative of the people. So he's representing the will of the people. And if the bureaucracy is fighting the will of the people and preventing the president from implementing what the people want, then what we live in is a bureaucracy and not a democracy.
So that's some of what Elon Musk said. But I also want to follow up with what just happened at HUD, Housing and Urban Development, the agency. All the workers were ordered back. Washington Post reporting that the Trump administration plans to slash half of the workforce of HUD. Current and former employees said the cuts are likely to upend housing markets, make homes less affordable, royal mortgage transactions. On Monday, when workers returned to work, the screens all over HUD on all the floors at HUD headquarters were apparently hacked to show a looped AI-generated video portraying, and we're going to show this, President Trump kissing the feet of Elon Musk. The video was labeled in big white letters, "Long live the real king." Even as a science fiction writer, Cory Doctorow, could you have imagined anything more strange than this reality we're living in right now?
Well, as a science fiction writer, I especially appreciate the fact that Elon Musk has 2 left feet in that AI-generated image. You could not ask for a stupider timeline than the one in which you get these AI gonks in your weird propaganda videos. Look, this is a funny spectacle. It's very interesting to see, and I'm sure this gave heart to a lot of demoralized HUD workers. And the point of this chaotic blitz is to demoralize their opponents, right? You know, in the reality-based world, even if you are worried about government waste, even if you want to make the government smaller, you have to acknowledge the empirical fact that payroll accounts for 4% of the federal budget. If Elon Musk manages to cut 50% of the federal workforce, a move that would leave us without functional roads or aviation or any of these other things that you kind of need if you're going to make money out of the economy, he would cut 2% of the federal budget. You know, you can find a couple $1 trillion in government waste. All you have to do is look for beltway bandits who are marking up their services to the U.S. government by triple-digit margins. Unfortunately, those aren't the people that they're pursuing.
Yeah, because that would be pursuing themselves. Be Elon pursuing himself. Is that a conflict of interest? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. All right, let's go to this piece of news. Apparently, Donald Trump has been getting some bad news in court. Let's go to CNN here from yesterday.
This morning, the administration on defense after suffering 3 legal setbacks in the span of 90 minutes on funding for USAID, refugees, and the freezing of federal funds. Let's get right to CNN's Caitlin Polantz for the latest on this. Good morning.
Good morning, John. The judges are looking at these lawsuits and saying, yeah, maybe the Trump administration can't just shut off federal funding, however it wants, in very quick order, turn that money back on. So the 3 examples we got yesterday, orders from judges, 1 in Seattle, 2 in federal court in Washington. 1 said you can't shut off federal funding to refugee financial support. Another said you can't freeze federal funding to nonprofit groups through a broad directive of the Office of Management and Budget. That could be potentially catastrophic to those nonprofit organizations, essentially fatal to them. So that can't happen. And then a third judge said that foreign aid money going through USAID out to contractors and nonprofit groups doing work around the globe, get that money to them that is owed. That is Judge Amir Ali saying that in court yesterday, and he gave the federal government a deadline of midnight tonight to turn the money back on, to get those payments made to USAID contractors and nonprofits. But John, the federal government then came back in court late last night in a filing and told the judge, it's not that easy. We shut off the money, and it's going to take us weeks to get it out to those contractors and nonprofits.
Weeks? I thought they were supposed to be efficient. What the fuck is going on? They shut this money off immediately, within like 24 hours.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now they need time to get the... Where's the money? Did they steal it? They give it to Elon? Let's go and see what's going on down the streets. Well, not quite the streets. CPAC streets.
So just tell me your name and what you're running for.
John Kern, running for Lieutenant Governor of Virginia.
And should billionaires exist, yes or no?
Yeah, if you can bring it in,
No, I'm
take
sorry, that's wrong. I'm sorry. We're here at CPAC in Washington, D.C., and if you're like me, you feel like we're living in a dystopian hellscape where every day the news is worse than the day before. Let us take you down a road of sorrow and sadness called the Conservative Political Action Conference. CPAC. Would you support Donald Trump if he ran for a third term?
Crazy enough to win.
I would.
Do you believe the Constitution is important?
Absolutely.
Can I see your best Donald Trump dance?
Do your favorite Trump dance.
All right, let's go.
Da 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 da.
3 out of 10.
I think she was trying to do the YMCA, but that was one of the worst renditions of the YMCA dance I've ever seen in my life. Alright. Let's go to some also horrifying, but for different reasons, footage on the actual streets. Not at CPAC. This one's in New Hampshire. Truly horrifying stuff happening up in New Hampshire for some reason.
A New Hampshire community is outraged over a controversial video that was filmed in front of a high school. It shows an adult and a child wearing masks standing next to a sign that read, "Jesus loves white children." Jim Morelli spoke with parents who called the video disgusting.
You recall what the sign said? Yeah, it said, "Jesus loves white children."
In Pembroke, New Hampshire, outrage over a recent social media clip which appears to have been filmed in front of the town's elementary school.
It blew up astronomically, and I was just completely disgusted and heartbroken.
The clip shows an adult and child in costume standing with a sign that reads,
Jesus loves white children.
The clip disgusted Adrian Medina, a parent of 3 biracial children.
Who's raising children?
Seriously. This should be considered child abuse.
Costume standing with a sign that reads,
Jesus loves white children.
The clip disgusted Adrian Medina, a parent of 3 biracial children.
Who's raising children like that? Why do they even have custody of children if they're doing stuff like that?
Illegal. It's unknown who created the video or even who posted it. But a social media search reveals it is not the first time that message, Jesus loves white children, has been seen in New Hampshire.
I think if this goes unaddressed, it's the making of something that nobody's going to want to see down the line.
It is being addressed. Late Tuesday, Pembroke school superintendent sent Boston 25 a statement. School was not in session when this video was taken, she said, and it was taken without the knowledge or permission of the Pembroke School District. The superintendent also reported the incident.
Well, that's good.
Police tell us they are looking into it.
I think it's...
Now they're looking into it, huh? Thank God. So I think the same people doing that, just kinds of horrifying, racist, types of things, are also sort of the reason for this next video. What's been going on in Texas, what we've been talking about has been going on in Texas, is apparently getting more and more out of hand due to religious communities not vaccinating their children.
It's science.
Tonight, growing concerns about the measles outbreak in West Texas, with confirmed cases now climbing to 124. 101 of those in children and teens. The Texas Department of Health says all but 5 of those cases are in people who are unvaccinated or whose vaccination status is unknown. 18 people have been hospitalized.
And I expect the number of cases and unfortunately hospitalizations will continue to accelerate.
Local health officials say tens of thousands of people in central Texas may have been exposed to an infected person visiting from Gaines County, the epicenter of the outbreak. Texas's health department says over Valentine's Day weekend, the person, while contagious, visited the Texas State University campus and a restaurant in San Marcos, the University of Texas San Antonio, and a nearby Ripley's Believe It or Not museum, and a Buc-ee's convenience store in a San Antonio suburb. According to the CDC, droplets carrying the measles virus can remain in the air up to 2 hours after an infected person leaves. The highly contagious respiratory virus can cause fever, cough, congestion, skin rash, and white spots in the mouth. Since the start of the year, the CDC also reporting isolated measles cases in Alaska.
Okay. We're going to keep talking about this outbreak that is happening. Apparently one child has already died as of 18 hours ago. Let's go here to Democracy Now!
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. We begin today's show in Texas, where an unvaccinated child has died of measles. It's the first reported measles death in the United States in a decade. The child's death in a hospital in Lubbock.
I wonder if maybe having someone competent at the HHS could have helped this, or maybe not jettisoning people from the NIH or the CDC or canceling the funds to those places. Maybe those things were completely preventable and could have helped in this situation. Now, of course, getting people to vaccinate their children is, you know, can't say that it would have happened for sure. But perhaps there would have been more monitoring. Perhaps there would have been, you know, a quicker response. I don't know. I'm just sort of blithely opining on this situation.
West Texas comes as the largest measles outbreak in the state in over 30 years, is now spreading to New Mexico. Since it began late last month, 124 people have contracted the disease, most of them unvaccinated children. On Thursday, the newly appointed head of Health and Human Services, vaccine skeptic Robert F. Kennedy Jr., called the death not unusual. During the White House cabinet meeting, he told reporters, "We have measles outbreaks every year."
Following the measles epidemic every day, I think there's 124 people who have contracted measles at this point, mainly in Gaines County, Texas. Mainly, we're told, in the Mennonite community. There are 2 people who have died. But
oh my God, it sounds like RFK is about to die. This guy is supposed to be the health official of our country, the top health official, and yet he can't seem to even sound kind of healthy. He sounds like he's literally gonna die. All this talking seems to have utterly destroyed what was left of his voice. This anti-vax idiot.
There are about 20 people hospitalized, mainly for quarantine. We're watching it. We put out a post on it yesterday, and we're going to continue to follow it. Incidentally, there have been 4 measles outbreaks this year. In this country last year, there were 16. So it's not unusual. We have measles outbreaks every year.
Correcting RFK Jr.'s claims of 2 deaths, a spokesman for the Department of Health and Human Services later clarified only 1 person had died of the measles outbreak. Although Kennedy said that people were being hospitalized mainly for quarantine, local health officials say that's not the case. Dr. Laura Johnson, a chief medical officer at the Lubbock Hospital, said patients have been hospitalized for respiratory issues.
We were confident that we'd eradicated measles from the United States and had really gotten to a point where we just didn't see these kinds of outbreaks happening. Obviously, that has changed over the last 20-something years. And so we do see outbreaks more frequently, but that is related to how much we're vaccinating our population.
For more, we're joined from Houston, Texas, by Peter Hotez, internationally recognized physician, pediatrician, scientist on neglected tropical diseases and vaccine development. He's co-director of the Texas Children's Center for Vaccine Development and dean of the National School of Tropical Medicine and professor of pediatrics and molecular virology and microbiology at Baylor College of Medicine, the author of several books, including The Deadly Rise of Anti-Science, A Scientist's Warning, and Preventing the Next Pandemic, Vaccine Diplomacy in a Time of Anti-Scientists. He also wrote the book, Vaccines Did Not Cause Rachel's Autism, My Journey as a Vaccine Scientist, Pediatrician, and Autism Dad. Dr. Hotez, welcome to Democracy Now! If you can start off responding to what is happening in West Texas, how unusual is this child's death?
Well, it's devastating, right, Amy, because this is a school-aged child who was denied access to the MMR vaccine, was unvaccinated. This is a death that never had to happen. And the problem is there could be additional deaths. I hope not. But, you know, those kids in the hospital are there for a reason because they're sick. You know, if you look at what happens when an unvaccinated child gets measles, on average, 20% require hospitalizations. usually because of respiratory illness, as was mentioned in this instance, because of measles pneumonia. It's a giant cell pneumonia that's very devastating, often requires an ICU admission, and that's just the beginning. Then there's dehydration from measles diarrhea, there's neurologic involvement, encephalitis, deafness, hearing loss, and the list goes on. And so I think the message that we really need to understand is measles is a serious illness. In the 1980s, 3 million kids died every year from measles. It was the single leading killer of children globally. Now, through the Gavi Alliance, the Global Alliance of Vaccines and Immunization, we brought it down to 100,000 deaths, still a lot of deaths. But our vaccine ecosystem is very fragile because measles is so highly transmissible. The minute you stop vaccinating and maintaining that vigilance of 90-95% vaccine coverage, measles comes roaring back, and that's what's happened here in West Texas.
I mean, there were so many inaccuracies in what RFK Jr. said, among them that the people who are in the hospital are mainly there for isolation, and yet you have the doctors saying it's respiratory distress. Can you explain what happens to the body?
Yeah, what happens is when you become infected with the measles virus, and if 10 unvaccinated kids are exposed to the virus, 9 will acquire the infection. That's how contagious it is. And then what happens is you get a prodrome of what we used to call the 3 C's, cough, coryza, which means upper respiratory involvement, and congestion, conjunctivitis, followed by the rash. And the rash is occurring because the virus is getting into the bloodstream and disseminating to the skin and all parts of the body. And unfortunately, that includes what we call hematogenic spread to the lungs, and it causes a very damaging pneumonitis and pneumonia, and then can also result in encephalitis and other involvement. And so that's what's happening.
Yep. Anti-vaxxers like RFK are endangering the entire population. Because the fact is the vaccine is only 98% effective, and depending, on your age, maybe more susceptible to contracting, regardless of having gotten vaccinated in the past. And it's a deadly virus. It can kill you. But we have a guy at the head of the HHS and the head of all the other health agencies that vicariously through it, like the NIH and the CDC, and all these different agencies intended to protect us are now being controlled by a guy who has spread vaccine misinformation, disinformation. It's kind of shocking how quickly we are seeing some of the effects of this administration. Things that haven't happened in decades happening all of a sudden. Mid-air collisions with planes, right? People dying from the measles, something that hadn't happened in 15 years, right? All of these other things, they're just like totally preventable, probably. But instead, this government seems to be doing everything possible to cause genuine chaos. Here's something that we might need the EPA for, and maybe some of the other agencies in our country. This might need some attention. Apparently, a new study found that hundreds of contaminants are just sitting in your drinking water in the U.S.
A new report from the nonprofit environmental group shows millions of Americans are drinking water tainted with unsafe levels of chemicals, metals, and radioactive substances. In its annual update to its tap water database, the group analyzed water quality data taken from nearly 50,000 water systems across the country from 2021 to 2023, and it found 324 different contaminants in drinking water. A 2019 study from the EWG found toxic mixtures of 22 carcinogenic chemicals in the U.S. drinking water. could play a role in more than 100,000 diagnosed cancer cases nationwide. The report released Wednesday identified long-lasting polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAs, in all 50 states and 4 U.S. territories, and found that levels are actually highest in major metropolitan areas. PFAs are also known as forever chemicals. Sydney Evans joins us now. She's a senior science analyst at the Environmental Working Group. Thank you so much for being here, Sydney. How significant is the number of Americans exposed to PFAs, and what do these toxic chemicals do to the body?
I think most people would be shocked to learn that just about all of us are exposed in.
I bet you money this woman's getting her job cut. Wait, is the Environmental Working Group? Maybe that's an NGO. I wonder if they get government funding. But Donald Trump has earlier talked about how he's canceling all funding for environmental stuff. Essentially. Because who cares if there's forever chemicals in your drinking water? Come on. Come on!
Some to contaminants in our drinking water. I think a lot of people take for granted that when they get water through a community water system that it's been treated to legal limits, but that doesn't mean that there aren't any contaminants, that those contaminants aren't at unsafe levels. We see a number of different contaminants with a range of health effects, many of them carcinogens.
And so the EPA does set maximum contaminant levels for chemicals, but the study notes, quote, what is legal is not necessarily safe. Do you agree? And in your view, what should be done?
That's correct. There's usually a pretty big gap between what we see in the research for what is safe versus what is actually legal. The gap there exists because of the delay that happens sometimes between the publication of this health-based science and the actual setting of those legal limitations and the process that it takes to go through and set those limitations. Only about 90 of those contaminants are actually regulated, even though we see the presence of over 300 across the water in the United States.
And the study also...
everything's fine. We should probably just cut all the jobs at the EPA. We're only studying less than 1/3 of all of the chemicals that exist in drinking water. That's good. It's fine. Everything's fine. No big deal. All right, let's go here to the Associated Press from 23 hours ago. Different health-related story, but apparently Texas is suing a doctor who they claim illegally treated trans youth.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Coming back to this underserved region, and this is where home is for me. I really wanted to make sure that we comply with the law, and I didn't want it to put in jeopardy our medical license and the care that I provide to a lot of other children with other conditions. I was always respectful of the law, and I will continue to do it. I'm gonna demonstrate what I'm being accused of that is not true. I deny the allegations because we didn't provide any more transgender care after September the 1st.
Putting a ban on trans youth doesn't mean that the youth cease to exist. It just means that they're hiding. The gender-affirming care that he provided is just a small fragment, and losing a pediatric endocrinologist in the city would absolutely devastate our pediatric patients in the city.
Looking at the patients was hard because they were kind of disappointed of what was going on, but it was something that needed to be followed because it's the law.
So, there we go. This doctor's claiming he actually stopped treating transgender youth, even though he felt that it was unfair because he had to follow the law. And even then, he's getting attacked by the state in Texas. Maybe they're hoping to go back in time and, prosecute him for a law that didn't exist. Either way, it's idiotic. All right. I think we should take a break. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense right now. Right at 2 hours, and really we've been going for like 5 hours, and I've just been sitting here this whole time trying to get this stream running properly. Thankfully it is doing that now, knock on wood. Space wood. But break time is upon us. Here we go. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon too, so you don't miss any of the latest in galactic content. While you're doing that, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope in this little galaxy of ours. So many great ways to contribute, of course. YouTube and Twitch, as usual, the normal places. Super chat, super stickers, membies, bits, and subscriptions. But with just a day until March, I would like to convince you to, instead of using those, donate either on PayPal or Cash App, or become a member on Patreon. Either way, I'll get that money immediately, be able to keep the lights on here. Also want to say thank you to everybody who has donated so far on those methods. We are really close, really close to being able to not worry about the bills until the end of next month. So, reach deep down and give galactically. Anyway, chat, as always, Patreon's the best way to get the most space benefits in this little galaxy of ours. Only $3 a month. And so many benefits, I'm just going to recommend you go on to the website and look at them yourself. Alright, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. To leave the American continent. But before we do that, I figured we would hit this. We're going to get back to this a little bit later when we get to Europe. It's sort of a combined Europe-US news. But this is one I thought we would leave here in this half. Or this, well, what I thought was going to be one half turned into 3. Mostly just us waiting for the lag to stop. Thankfully, for now, we seem to be past that. So, let's talk about the Tate brothers, Andrew Tate and Tristan. Two accused and on trial, also on house arrest, I could have sworn, over a number of allegations. I'm sure many people are familiar with them. But just sort of horrifying guys all around. They are apparently coming to the United States. But one Ronald DeSantis has something to say about that. All right, Mr. Puddin' Fingers, what do you got for us?
Controversial influencers Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan just touched down in Florida after spending the last 2 years detained in Romania for a sexual assault and sex trafficking case. Illegal. This is new video of their arrival in Fort Lauderdale after authorities lifted travel restrictions against the brothers. Now, it's not clear under what conditions they were allowed to leave Romania, or their charges haven't been dropped. Our partners at CBS News Miami are following the story for us. Take a listen.
The Tates have dual U.S. British citizenship and have millions of followers online. And to give you some more background, as you might recall, we first reported that they were arrested in late 2022 and formally indicted last year on charges. Officials say they took part in a criminal ring that lured women to Romania where they were sexually exploited. Andrew Tate was also charged with rape. They deny those allegations. In December, we reported a court ruled that the case couldn't go to trial because of multiple legal and procedural irregularities on the part of prosecutors. The case, however, remained open, and there is still another ongoing investigation against them in Romania. Romania's anti-organized crime agency has released a statement that says prosecutors approved the request to change the travel restrictions on the Tates, but didn't say who made that request. The brothers are still required to appear before authorities when
summoned. Tristan, can't you walk in those slippers of yours?
All right, let's go to BBC correspondent Nick Thorpe, who is...
Love those douchey slippers. They got, I'm pretty sure, didn't they get a, just gotta watch him almost fall down again.
Romania's anti-organized crime agency has released a statement that says prosecutors...
Is it here?
Approved the request to change the travel restrictions on the Tates, but didn't say...
Just want to watch this guy fall down again, or almost fall down again. Is that too much to ask?
And there is still another ongoing investigation against them in Romania. Romania's anti-organized crime agency has released...
I just had to see it again. Oh my god.
A statement that says prosecutors approved the request to change the travel restrictions on the Tates, but didn't say who made that request. The brothers are still required to appear before authorities when summoned.
All right, let's go to BBC correspondent Nick Thorpe, who is in the capital of Romania. Welcome, Nick. Great to be with you. Have Romanian officials said anything about why they lifted the Tate brothers' travel restrictions? Because the charges have not been dropped.
That's right. The charges are still in place. The prosecutors, there was a rather terse statement from the Romanian prosecutors here this morning. So after the Tates had flown out on that private jet, which has now touched down in Florida, in that statement, they said that the lawyers acting for the Tate brothers had asked for two things. One was for all charges against them to be dropped. That was rejected by prosecutors here in Romania. But the second thing they'd asked, which was to have the right to get back their American passports and travel out of the country, that was granted. So in a nutshell, the situation we're in now is that they're still under what the Romanian law calls judicial control, which means that they're expected to collaborate, to participate with that investigation, and eventually, presumably, to stand trial here in Romania on those very serious.
This lilac suit that he's wearing is hilarious. And he makes it look so bad. What in the fuck is wrong with these guys? I mean, we know, but just wow.
Presumably to stand trial here in Romania on those very serious charges, but the prosecutors have now allowed them to travel back to the United States.
And can you go over the charges that the Tate brothers are actually facing and why they were in Romania in the first place?
Sure. The Tate brothers first came to Romania, I think it was in 2016. They said then publicly that they felt freer here to do what they like, to pursue their business. And also part of that business was live online sex chats. And there are allegations against them of, for example, of luring young women to Romania and then coercing them into taking part in making basic.
This is horrifying. And why they're being allowed back into the country while they're still on, under charges from an ally country, technically, right? Isn't Romania technically an ally? It's insane. It is insane why these guys are being allowed in. I don't know why. Don't know why it's happening.
Online pornography, that this amounts to trafficking, and they're also accused, Andrew Tate is accused also of rape and also of money laundering and forming a criminal organization. So basically all these activities which Andrew Tate felt he was freer to do here, the Romanians turned around, the Romanian authorities turned around and said, no, this is a law-abiding country. We don't want you doing these things here. These are criminal activities here as elsewhere. And that's what launched this sort of more than 2 years of legal actions against them. It was very interesting, Andrew Tate, in that brief exchange with reporters when he touched down, after he touched down in Florida, saying that there's no active indictment against him. You also mentioned here that this legal case, the judge basically returning the indictment to the prosecution and asking them to rewrite it. It's interesting here in Romania that the rights of the defendants are very well developed, whereas the rights of victims of crime are less well developed. And Andrew Tate's Tristan Tate's legal team have been working very carefully on these procedural issues in order to...
It's not that they're not guilty. It's just that these issues are incorrect. These methods are wrong. That's what's happening. Isn't there a clip of Ron DeSantis? I could have sworn that there was... Did they say it at the beginning? I'm all thrown off today. I don't know what's happening. All right, we're going to start leaving the United States here. Or at least the bulk of it is done. And a couple of more here. Going to segue into other discussions.
What we're seeing right now, Caitlin, is a very dangerous moment. I'm laughing here, but it is not funny. This country is moving very rapidly under Trump into an authoritarian form of society. You know, the founding fathers, way back in the 1770s, these were nobody's fools. And what they had fought the King of England, an autocrat, had all the power, and they said, you know what? We don't want that in the new country. We're going to set up 3 separate equal branches of government. And every kid in the 6th grade knows who they are. But Trump does not. And what Trump is doing now is trying every day to usurp the powers of Congress, to challenge the powers of the court. It is a very dangerous moment.
It is indeed. And things continue to get worse. Especially as it relates to inflation.
Welcome back to America Decides. Let's talk money. Your money, my money, everybody's money. So the stock market has either been volatile or sliding downwards lately. Consumer confidence index is also down. Unemployment claims slightly up. CBS News Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. He's your friend. He's my friend. Joins us now. Anthony, it's early days, but how do the data that you're looking at suggest people are absorbing early days of the Trump administration / Trump economy?
You know what, Major, I am here with a sort of update to a continuing story, which is inflation, people say, is still affecting them. Look at this. Almost 2/3 of people say they look around them and that prices around them are still going up or staying the same. Another third say that. And
so 95%
you mentioned all those macro
of people.
numbers, right? But we know that prices are the way that people...
That is a staggering number. That is a staggering statistic. 95% of people say when they look around them, prices are still as high as they were or even higher. And 2/3 of those people are saying actually it's worse than it was just a month ago. All right, sorry, I'm trying to speed run through some of these because I want us to get through some of this content. Otherwise, I'm going to be doing this since I promised to do all of the content tonight. Oh, God. I don't know when I'll be done. It's troubling me. All right. By the way, I don't know if anybody heard, but people are doing a national day of boycott against all major sort of like consumer brands and things like that. It includes stuff like Target and like I think like McDonald's, right? Like I think of anything like that, you know, whatever it might be. All I can think right now is of food places. But you know, I think the general gist of it is people are trying to send a message. And so I'm going to certainly try to refrain from spending money that I don't absolutely have to. That's for Friday. So the 28th, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's keep talking about that blackout day that we're about to do. Here from 11 hours ago, CBS News talking about it, shockingly.
February 28th, the 24-hour economic blackout. No Amazon, no Walmart, no fast food, no gas, not a single unnecessary dollar spent. For one day, we are going to finally turn the tables.
Maybe you've seen segments like this on your social feeds. This call for an economic blackout has been spreading, and activists are urging Americans to refrain from making any purchases at major retailers tomorrow on Friday. The nationwide protest comes as people continue to endure rising prices on everything from food and gas to housing and utilities. National consumer reporter for USA Today, Betty Lynn Fisher, joins us now from Akron, Ohio, to talk about what this all means. So fill us in. What is the purpose specifically of this blackout?
Good morning. So, this started out as you just saw the video of John Schwartz, who goes by the one called Jay on Instagram. And he says that it just started as a bold idea where he was frustrated and wanted to have consumers take back a day and, take a day starting tomorrow after midnight, and for 24 hours not to shop or spend any money anywhere in person or online, to just try to make an impact on what he calls corporate greed.
Is there any hint or evidence as to how much this is catching on and which companies, we heard him mention some of them, but which ones are being targeted and why this date of February 28th?
Yeah, I think he just came up with a date when he was coming up with this bold idea for.
Yep, and any big box stores or big chains like Bob Carmody is saying right now in the chat. Yes, that's right. Tell the billionaires how you feel by refusing to buy stuff. And here's probably a story that nobody is shocked by, but it still is somehow mind-boggling how this continues. But egg prices have apparently hit new record levels as of 3 days ago. Good morning, America. At this point, I need like a chicken sound shot for how much we talk about eggs.
Eggs for $13.99, but the original price was $18.99.
You guys, there are no eggs at the grocery store. I just talked to the grocery store attendant, and she said that there haven't been a shipment of eggs in 1 week.
Today is the day. I know they are going to be $1.99 today.
No.
As you know, lots of frustration about the soaring price of eggs, if you can even find them on store shelves. Our chief business correspondent, Rebecca Jarvis, and chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, join us now with the latest on the shortage. And let's start with you, Rebecca. Can you give us a reality check here on where we stand?
Yeah, well, the reality is, Robin, good morning, guys. Nice to see all of you, is that we are seeing this everywhere, from grocery stores to bakeries and diners. Both of those types of businesses use a lot of eggs, so you see it there as well. And the average price across the country right now for a dozen eggs, $4.95. That was last month. A year ago, it was $2.52, which
insane.
What? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Just insane. And we talked about how Denny's just recently added an egg surcharge per egg, 50 cents extra now. Even on meals that usually include eggs. You go there, you get a Grand Slam. Suddenly you're paying an extra, $1.50, $2, however many eggs comes with that thing.
It's a stunning 96% jump over the last year. And now that's what you're paying, what the grocers pay. That's called the wholesale price, was $8.07 in the latest weekly report. Many retailers sell eggs as a loss in the hopes that you're going to come in, pick up a dozen there and buy a few other things while you're at it. That much higher wholesale price is a signal that what you pay at the grocery store, what we all pay, it could be going higher. And of course, this is if you can find the eggs. With bird flu spreading, many egg shelves at supermarkets are empty. In the past shortages like this, Robin, they were regional, but the USDA says this time this is a nationwide thing.
Robin, can I ask a follow-up?
Okay, well, there we go. Eggs prices skyrocketing in the Donald Trump presidency to new record highs never seen before. Let's see what New Yorkers had to say about these egg prices. Fabergé eggs are now more economical than regular eggs. Okay, that's really funny. That is hilarious.
Trader Joe's, get your eggs back.
Egg prices have reached a record high as the U.S. deals with an ongoing bird flu outbreak. The average price of a dozen grade A eggs in U.S. cities hit $4.95 in January, and the USDA predicts it'll soar another 20% this year. Not only has this led to empty egg shelves, but some stores, when they do have eggs, put a limit to how many cartons customers can buy per day. Come on. How you feel about the rising egg prices?
I'm pissed. I haven't gotten eggs in about 5 weeks, I think, because every time I go to Trader Joe's, they're out.
I haven't bought eggs in 3 weeks.
Is it because of the egg price?
Yes.
In New York, like, nothing is cheap, so it's like the one thing that you could rely on to be like cheap. If you ever broke, you could just get like eggs, and now even that is taken away.
We get like local farm eggs, so it doesn't affect us as much because we're not going to the grocery store, but it still sucks.
How much would you pay for eggs in general, like the highest?
Like a 12-pack, like $7 maybe.
$4? I feel like $4 is like
How much
fair.
are they usually? $10.
Ideally, like $5.
I wouldn't pay for eggs if it was more than $4.
When I think about buying eggs and spending $15 to maybe get sick, I'm like, I'm good.
I think the bigger thing is Trader Joe's, get your eggs back. I'm pissed about it.
There you go. New York is pissed. New York is very pissed about the lack of eggs, the price of eggs.
In tonight's Consumer Watch.
Yes, let's keep talking about consumer stuff. Because it's not just eggs that are getting more expensive. Everything is getting more expensive. And also, with the added burden of immigrant labor suddenly being sort of, reduced, right? I mean,
immediately, if not sooner.
You know, ICE is either scaring people off the farms or actually deporting them physically from the states or detaining them somewhere in one of these internment camps. And that's making it hard for farmers and for even large companies to deal with. Let's talk about OJ. No, not OJ Simpson. Orange juice. Orange juice. Wait, this is the wrong video. What is happening? Why? Oh, there we go. Never mind. I take it back.
In tonight's Consumer Watch, Tropicana is in the midst of a financial crisis and could be headed for bankruptcy. The iconic company, best known for its orange juice, is facing challenges on multiple fronts as the citrus industry falters. Higher prices, competition, and shifting consumer trends have hammered Tropicana. The company is also facing supply shortages in top orange growing areas made worse by hurricanes here in Florida.
Oh, right. And the hurricanes, too. I almost forgot about the hurricanes. Yeah, that's also affecting it. But no, even though they didn't bring it up, this immigration situation is absolutely affecting
Donald Trump sowed confusion over his tariff
farms.
plans on Wednesday, having set a March 4th deadline for duties on Canada and Mexico.
Excuse me. That's very rude.
How rude.
I was talking. Is that not clear to you? Is that not clear to you, buddy? I am walking over here. Speaking of prices and consumer goods, I don't know if you forgot, but even though there was a pause on those tariffs, there was not a. It was not a definitive pause. It was, in fact, very much. Well, I guess it is definitive in one way, in that it was only a pause and not a cessation entirely of those tariffs on Mexico and Canada. Those are supposedly going in place in about 4 days from now, as well as potential for new EU tariffs and other tariffs, apparently. I don't even know who's going through it. Scott Bessent? Howard Lutnick.
Donald Trump sowed confusion over his tariff plans on Wednesday. Having set a March 4th deadline for duties on Canada and Mexico, he appeared to push that back by about a month.
April 2nd. I was going to do it on April 1st, but I'm a little bit superstitious, so I made it April 2nd. The tariffs go on. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
A White House official later said the early March deadline remained in effect as of this moment, pending a review of Canadian and Mexican actions to stop the flow of fentanyl into the US. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said both countries would have to show they've satisfied Trump in their efforts to control the flow of the drug.
Ugh.
Mexico
Satisfied.
gave no comment on the possible delay, while Canada said it would wait to see Trump sign orders for the tariffs before
You
responding.
must satisfy the king.
Trump showed no signs of relenting on tariffs for the EU, however.
We have made a decision. We'll be announcing it very soon, and it'll be 25%, generally speaking, and that'll be on cars and all other things. And European Union is a different case than Canada, different kind of case. They've really taken advantage of us in a different way.
Oh, wow.
Trump claimed the EU didn't accept imports of US cars and farm goods, and said the bloc was formed to screw the United States. The European Commission said Europe would respond firmly and immediately against any new tariffs.
Immediately,
a
if not
spokesperson said
sooner.
the EU was the world's largest free market and a boon for the US. Wednesday also saw lawmakers confirm Jameson Greer as US trade representative. A veteran of Trump's first-term tariff wars, he told senators he wants to renegotiate the US-Mexico-Canada trade agreement.
Renegotiate? Wow. Okay. Well, while we're talking about Canada, figure we would talk about the Liberal leadership vote, which I think is going on either, is it today, Friday, or did it already start on Thursday? I cannot remember. But let's go here to the Rational National. Little David Dole.
And the way that we're going to bring young people back to the party is not by being conservative light and not by being unambitious for Canada.
So last night, did you catch that Leafs game? They were down 3-0 to the Bruins and
No, I
came
did
back
not.
to win the game in overtime on a goal by Mitch Marner.
Why
but
are you-
also last
why are
night
you
was
gloating?
the Liberal leadership debate, which I watched this morning because of priorities. But there was a standout during this debate that I don't think a lot of people were expecting, and I'm going to discuss who that standout was with a few clips. But let's be clear before we jump into that standout. This debate largely was incredibly boring. That isn't to say that's a bad thing. I think it was clear in terms of the professionalism, in terms of the leadership capabilities. Everybody on that stage in that Liberal debate is well above where Pierre Poilievre is. And I think that is going to become even more clear when the actual Liberal leader is chosen and we get some more back and forth. But I do want to discuss the fact that there is one person that's going to win this race. Almost certainly, at least that's the way it's being discussed, unless Liberal members are really feeling a lot differently than what the money is saying, than what media is saying. It seems to be clear that Mark Carney is going to win this leadership race, and based on polling, he is best poised to lead the Liberals to a potential victory, at least as of this point, over Pierre Poilievre. And polls show Liberals just generally as well. I mean, look at the massive change. Since Trudeau announced that he's going to step down as leader, as well as the Trump inauguration, it has had a massive impact on how Canadians feel about where their vote's going to go. So Liberals are now leading.
I was like, what's wrong with this graph?
With 38.4% to the Conservatives at 30%.
By the way, Liberals are in red, while the Conservatives are in blue. Because we looked at a graph of this from, I think, a slightly further back. And wow. I mean, this was like already sort of gaining ground, I think, when we were looking at it, but this is like exponential amount of support getting dumped into liberals here now. Taking a majority, it would look like.
7
in the polls.
And the conservatives were up by like,
oh, God damn it.
20, 30 points maybe at one point. It was just, it's completely turned around. Now, this gets to the standout from last night. Karina Gould. That's actor Elliot Gould. That's comic and writer Dana Gould. That's Farina, a popular milled wheat product that can be used for hot cereal, porridge, baking, and cooking proteins. No, Karina Gould. So this is somebody who I was aware of, but not very aware of, because why would I need to be? But this is somebody who really did stand out last night, and I'm going to play a few clips. Now, I got to say, for half my audience, at least, is American. You're going to watch these clips, and actually, maybe I was going to say you wouldn't be impressed because there's not many fireworks going on here. But maybe that's why you'll be impressed, because you're going to see somebody who is incredibly competent. It may not be something you're very used to. But let me start with this first clip here, where she is discussing that the Liberal Party needs to have some bigger ideas if they're going to connect with people.
You know, when my colleagues talk about households, I talk about families. When they talk about, you know, the macro picture, I talk about what it means for individuals. And I'm so proud that I was able to deliver affordable childcare for families across this country. And I would expand that to include before and after school care as well. But when we're talking about people who are going to food banks, we're talking about the most vulnerable in our society. A middle-class tax cut or removing the GST on new homes isn't going to help those folks. But you know what will? Modernizing our social safety net, making sure that seniors who live on a fixed income, persons with disabilities, folks who have lost their job, who need support to retrain and rebound, are better off. And that's why I'm talking about opening a path towards a basic income. Poverty costs money. That's why we need to work to eliminate homelessness. It's why I would work with provinces and territories to have specific accords to ensure that folks who get into housing can stay stable and that they can enter the workforce and join and be prosperous.
Now, a basic income is...
Okay. There you go. That's just one of the many candidates up for election here. Wait, did the election happen? The UCP won? Is that true? See, this is the problem. There's so much news. I'm trying to keep up with it all. Oh, it's insane. All right, let's move on from that. Start talking a few environmental stories. Let's start off the environmental here at CBS Evening News from a day ago. If you didn't hear, Donald Trump is planning to cut 65% of the funds and the jobs at the EPA. There we go.
We have a lot of people that were scamming our country.
Surrounded by his cabinet, President Trump warned that far deeper cuts are coming than the ones imposed so far, including potentially a 65% budget cut at the Environmental Protection Agency, which safeguards the nation's air and water.
This country has gotten bloated and fat and disgusting and incompetently run.
Just before he spoke, a memo went out to all government agency heads instructing them to undertake preparations to initiate large-scale reductions in force, consistent with applicable.
I love hearing Donald Trump talk about bloat, fat, and disgust. when he's the bloated, fat, disgusting commander-in-chief. It's fascinating. It's almost like he's just describing what he's seeing in a mirror.
Disgusting and incompetently run.
Just before he spoke, a memo went out to all government agency heads instructing them to undertake preparations to initiate large-scale reductions in force, consistent with applicable law.
What is applicable law? Can they just fire anyone they want?
No, they can't just fire anyone they want.
Jim Eisenman is a labor lawyer who represents federal workers.
Agencies are allowed in certain circumstances to conduct reductions in force. If there's a lack of money, lack of resources, lack of work, the longer you've been in a job, the greater the chance you have of staying in the job.
In federal court today, U.S. Special Counsel Hampton Dellinger argued Trump hasn't followed the rules for firing newer workers. Dellinger's job is to protect federal employees.
Illegal.
Okay. Well, there you go. Donald Trump plans to cut 65% of the budget and the workforce at the EPA, a place that's supposed to help protect the environment and the people who live in it. You know, humans. We don't need protections, do we?
Come on!
But of course, he's also been cutting things like the Forest Service. We saw a woman come on to, I think it was CNN, to talk about having lost her job. Something which she truly loved.
Welcome back. Thousands of workers who look after the nation's forests have been laid off as part of the Trump administration's effort to downsize the federal workforce. These layoffs are happening as wildfires have become more frequent and intense. Our Ian Lee spoke with fired Forest Service workers about this.
Show of hands, how many of you were qualified to fight fires? So you guys could all have been on the front lines this summer fighting fires if needed.
Yes.
Kelly Martin joins us now. She is the former chief of fire and aviation management at Yosemite National Park. Kelly, it's great to have you with us. I know you are in general an advocate for your brothers and sisters in firefighting, both at the federal level, state, local level. When you see these cuts happening to the Forest Service, what are your chief concerns and what work do you fear would be ordinarily done in this wintertime that's not being done in preparation for fire season?
This whole process of terminating employees has been very, very disruptive to our workforce. We've been advocating for a long time for reforms for the federal wildland firefighters. And the recent firings and terminations have really turned everything on its head and have paused really major efforts to do really good mitigation work in front of and before these wildfires this summer. And so all that is now in question in terms of the work that we normally do in the wintertime.
Yeah, this is so fucking...
Kelly, it's been said by Elon Musk and implied by senior Trump administration officials that these reductions in the federal workforce are for poor performance or non-performance. In your experience, does that ever adequately describe those who do the work that you do and that you know your colleagues do?
How rude. You know, I think that this was indiscriminate and a decision that was made that is not beneficial, you know, to our workforce by cutting these temporary and probationary. And probationary is just a term for how long you've actually been on the job. It's not for performance at all. What that does is it really knocked the morale out of the overall workforce. And that's having a huge impact on our readiness to be ready for the fire season somewhere in the U.S. in less than 8 weeks. And so that is truly concerning for me from a safety standpoint of view.
Walk me through that preparation process. What goes on now?
Okay. Well, there you go. I think it's pretty obvious, but these workers are important. They are imperative to have working throughout fire season and outside of it as well. We are probably going to have another record or near record fire season this year, and without people doing preparations, it very likely could get worse than what we've seen recently. Considering everything we've seen recently, that sounds shocking, but fact is, if you get rid of the mitigation efforts during the off season in an already elongated fire season, you, I don't know, create chaos in the federal funding for things, FEMA, for instance, any of these other sorts of agencies that touch on all of this, and you got a serious fucking problem. But for now, the EPA is still at least functioning enough to have declared complete removal of hazardous materials from the Eaton fire. Supposedly.
In our wildfire recovery, the EPA says it is done removing hazardous materials from properties in the fire zones. People living near the site where the debris from the Eaton fire was taken are pleased to hear this after weeks of protesting. NBC4's Lolita Lopez explains.
NBC4 is back at the Lario staging area in Irwindale. No more tent, no more new hazardous materials. We are here nearly a month after we first showed you the work done on this property to sort and prepare items like paint, propane tanks, and lithium-ion batteries from the Eaton fire-burned homes and cars for disposal at permitted landfills and other locations. This map tracking the work of the Environmental Protection Agency to complete their 30-day mission.
We've been doing air monitoring since the beginning.
EPA on-scene coordinator Brian Kelly says remaining lithium batteries will be shipped out for disposal in a couple of weeks. The site deconstructed and new testing will take place.
We're still going to be doing air monitoring. We're going to do air monitoring until we are done here. So that's been continuous. And then the soil sampling that we're going to be doing is throughout the compound, paying particular attention to the areas where we were processing the material. That would just be one round of sampling. You know, as long as we don't find anything, we don't expect to find anything. If we do find something, we will clean that area up, resample it again.
How do you feel now that you know the EPA is leaving this site?
I'm very relieved.
Lucia Atencio from Duarte says she still remains concerned about the waterway behind the staging area.
Any accident, it will go directly into the water aquifer, and I'm just concerned about that. There's already a Superfund down the San Gabriel River in El Monte and Baldwin Park.
The work after the Eaton fire not connected to the Superfund site, but she says that historical reality is one of the reasons why she and others in the community stay involved for weeks.
So yeah, I mean, as you can see there, the EPA is doing vital work while having their jobs threatened and their funding threatened. And just imagine having a 65% smaller workforce to deal with the cleanup of hazardous materials, right? And expecting private businesses to do this, right? Because just think about it. If you get rid of the EPA, they don't have the funds to do it. Then how do you do it? Do you have to? Maybe you just have to wait. You just have to wait months, maybe years to get seen, depending on where you are on the list, right? Unless you can afford to pay somebody to do it, some sort of, you know, third-party contractor. And I'm just hoping and praying that they didn't skimp just because of that, right? And I could understand why it might happen. You know, you have your funding threatened, your job threatened, and you're like, well, why are we doing this right now then? Like I said, I hope not, but let's keep talking about some of the laid off employees. From these federal job cuts. There's NBCLA from yesterday.
Andrew, do you want me to rotate this all the way around the other way?
Mark Finney, a senior scientist with the U.S. Forest Service, is trying to better...
Did I go to the wrong one? Oh, no, I just looked over it. Oh, never mind. Reuters. Sorry. These are different groups of people involved in fires.
Andrew, do you want me to rotate this all the way around the other way?
Science. Mark Finney, a senior scientist with the U.S. Forest Service, is trying to better understand how wildfires can spread so rapidly.
Right now, that's flowing in exactly the direction that the wind is blowing down this tunnel.
He works at the Forest Service's Missoula Fire Sciences Laboratory in Montana, where controlled fires are ignited under a variety of conditions.
So once we light it, oh yeah.
The goal is to help fire officials make better informed decisions and avoid tragedies.
Fire is going to be with us forever. There isn't a situation where you can say, we've got the situation completely under control and that we no longer have fires. The recent fires in California, but so many others that we've seen just in recent years, have a number of things in common. One, they start in a nearby wildland vegetation, fine fuel material where it ignites and spreads very rapidly, and under very dry and windy conditions it spreads quickly from a wildland situation into a more urban situation. What we can hope to do is diminish those to a point where they're much less likely, so that there's far less risk to the things that we care about.
Work at the lab has helped researchers identify areas of extreme wildfire risk in California and elsewhere. But Finney says his is really the last lab left devoted to studying wildland fire behavior.
We have bigger and bigger questions and more consequences to society, our ecosystems and our communities from fire, and yet we have less and less resources to devote to scientific study of the subject.
Since taking office, President Donald Trump has halted federal funding for programs to reduce wildfire risk as part of broad cuts to government spending, according to organizations impacted by the moves. The Forest Service did not directly respond to a Reuters question about whether any Missoula lab staff were among the thousands of federal government workers laid off as part of Trump's effort to reduce the size of the federal government.
Even though it's only 2% of the spending. Makes sense. Fucking insane. So yeah, scientists' jobs are probably at stake there. They are part of the Forest Service. Now let's go talk about the national parks on the other side of the country in Florida. Wait. No, I'm sorry. I'm still skipping ahead. Now. I started skipping ahead. I'm like skipping ahead now. Sorry, NBCLA. Keep talking about this. U.S. forest employees.
We begin tonight at 6 with those job and funding cuts to the U.S. Forest Service. Good evening once again, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. For the first time here tonight, we're hearing from two employees who were let go just weeks after providing essential information during the Eaton fire. NBC4's Amber Frias joins us live from Arcadia with that story. Amber.
Michael, Colleen, these two ladies tell me they dedicated themselves to protecting their communities during the Eaton, the Hughes, the Lydia fires, often working very long hours. And now they're finding themselves jobless. They tell me they feel betrayed. For Celeste Morales, a former public affairs specialist for the Angeles National Forest, things were starting to slow down when she received a call from her supervisor, followed by an official email from the U.S. Forest Service.
What I found interesting about this letter was that it says that the agency finds, based on your performance, that you have not demonstrated that your further employment at the agency would be in the public interest.
Morales says she had just spent long days coordinating media and community outreach during the Eaton, Hughes, and Lydia fires.
only to be let go.
I've definitely felt discouraged and heartbroken, and I still feel that way.
She was just 2 months shy of completing her 2-year probationary period, and now she's one of tens of thousands of federal workers fired in the past 2 weeks under the Trump administration, mostly probationary employees in their first and second year. Jasmine Dominguez, a fire data analyst for the Angeles National Forest with 6 months on the job, was also fired with an email that gave the same reasoning Morales got.
It was a 4-day weekend, so we were all, I was excited to be I was at Disneyland when I got the call, so I was excited to be spending it, enjoying the days off, and seeing that, the headline termination, I was just like, oh man, can't believe this.
Yep. And this is all making Americans less safe. Because without these employees, our natural resources are at stake. Wildfires, like we keep talking about, are more likely to be going untended, unmitigated, before they get to your city.
Right off the top at 5:30, deep staffing cuts will take a toll on Florida's national parks and wildlife refuge. It's all part of President Donald Trump's plan to shrink the size of the federal government. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Naja Sherman.
And I'm Elliot Rodriguez. Jim Barry is off tonight. CBS News Miami's Chelsea Jones went to the Everglades to see how the impact is already being felt. She joins us live with more. Chelsea?
Yeah, well, Elliot and Naja, when you come here to the Everglades, it's the views that really captivate you. The animals. I even have a friend, a little gator behind me. This is what people come to see. And an endangered species expert tells me we are in what scientists call an extinction crisis. And we are at risk, they say, of losing more than 1 million species in the coming decades. And he says these budget cuts won't help that. For some animals at Everglades National Park, it was lunchtime. For this alligator, it was simply time for an afternoon swim. The sights and sounds of wildlife is exactly what people like Deb Farrington come here to see.
To see the different animals, the birds, and the gators, they were kind of cool.
But many are wondering how federal cuts will impact the way they get to experience nature.
It's a little bit concerning. I definitely want to be able to still do it.
We got to make sure that we've got a voice when it comes to the national parks.
The Association of National Park Rangers says federal cuts impacted local parks, like here at the Everglades, with at least 12 people being laid off, 1 at Cypress National Preserve and at least 3 at Biscayne National Park. We waited around 40 minutes to get into Everglades National Park, but a park ranger tells me sometimes it takes an hour due to popularity. With the cuts to staff, the Association of National Park Rangers says it could mean longer wait times, changes to park hours, and even fewer educational visits. Crystal River National Refuge, north of Tampa, lost a quarter of its staff, says Noah Greenwald, executive director for Endangered Species for Biological Diversity.
2 of 8 people who make sure that visitors to see the manatees are safe, and also help rescue manatees when they're injured.
He says these staff reductions will come with a cost.
I think we're going to see, species head towards extinction. We're going to see our parks not get the care that they need. We're going to see people put in dangerous situations. We're going to see invasive species not removed.
Parkgoers saying our national parks need to be maintained and preserved.
We have to.
Yeah. I think that makes sense. We should try and maintain our national parks. But it seems like the Trump administration would rather turn the parks, even the swamp, into some sort of real estate opportunity, I guess. Just destroy the federal workforce and replace it with crap. We're at 50 likes on the second stream. I don't even know what to do. Do I give you all 5 more characters right now? I'm very confused. Because you got 50 on the first stream. Now I got another 50. It's almost like it's the same number. But you've had these 5 emotional support characters the whole time. I'm very confused. All right. Let's talk about a different environmental situation. This one's not a cause, I don't think, of the cuts in the national parks. But according to Eyewitness News ABC 7, earlier on Thursday, dozens of dead birds were found on Long Island and are now being tested for bird flu.
There are new concerns on Long Island this afternoon where dozens of dead birds are now being tested for bird flu.
Yeah, the birds include ducks and geese, and they were found on a beach in East Patchogue. Eyewitness News reporter Stacey Sager joins us now live from there with the very latest. Stacey.
Well, you know, this community is called Patchogue Shores. It's along the Great South Bay here in Suffolk County. But this week, residents were very disturbed by what they were seeing along the shoreline. Take a look. As you can see, birds, there are actually as many as 40 of them right now. Dead birds, dead ducks, dead seagulls, and other wild birds that just line this shore. It is suspected to be bird flu, and state health officials are now investigating.
Tim Jones says it all started on Tuesday when he was collecting sea glass here at Patchogue Shores with his wife, baby, and toddler.
I was ahead and I saw a black and white body there, and I thought it was a pufferfish because we have had pufferfish wash up. So when I went to look at it closer, I was like, that is not a fish, that's a duck.
The beach and wildlife here, an integral part of this community with 257 homes and plenty of young children and pets. So Tim immediately called the New York Department of Environmental Conservation, also Cornell University's Wildlife Health Lab, and the Audubon Society. From the response, it seems like his was one of many calls.
Like, I think they're working on it.
Okay, well, there you go. See dead birds, maybe say something. See something, say something. But that's not good. If it is genuinely transferring over to the seabird population, got a serious problem on our hands. Let's talk about the ocean. Not the birds, but the water in it. A horrifying news story here from PBS Terra discussing the evidence for the slowing of the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Current, or AMOC.
So we are looking at the 10-year flood map in Florida. So this is 10-year floods plus sea level rise. Yeah, so it looks like literally everything around us will be underwater by the end of the century in a pretty normal flood. There's some residential homes here, actually a lot of neighborhoods here. I mean, I'm even seeing a crane there. There's a huge apartment complex that looks like it's about to be built. Now, these people that live in these houses they're gonna have to find somewhere to live by the end of the century. In episode 1, we talked about tipping elements that are already underway. Coral reefs and permafrost are being lost on massive scales. In this episode, we're gonna explore the harder to observe tipping points that could leave our planet and civilization fundamentally unrecognizable. I'm Maya May, and I'm fascinated by our dynamic planet, our weather, and our climate. What began as a career in broadcast meteorology has become a mission to figure out where we are and where we're going as we leave this long, stable climate period
and enter the hockey stick era. So join me on the ocean, in a plane, and in a tiny southern town as I learn what our future will look like. Because we are truly at a climate crossroads. Whether or not we halt our planet's warming, our future will look unlike anything you can imagine.
Hello.
Hey, so good to meet you.
I'm Maya.
I'm Lisa Beale.
Nice to meet you. This is an awesome ship.
This is our research vessel, Walton Smith. The really cool thing about the Walton Smith, she's kind of small, but she has a super low draft. So we can take her in really snug places like in the Florida Bay. For our cruise, we're going to go out to the center of the Florida Straits, though, so in the teeth of the Gulf Stream. The Gulf Stream is a powerful surface current and a vital component of the largest heat transfer on Earth, the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, or AMOC. The AMOC acts as a global conveyor belt, moving warm surface water north and cold deep water south, helping to regulate our global climate. Recently, the AMOC has gotten a lot of attention because climate models suggest that the rapid melting of the Greenland ice sheet should lead to this circulation's disruption or even collapse, a scenario with almost unimaginable consequences.
If the AMOC tips, well, where I live, the climate suddenly gets incredibly greater seasonality, cold, harsh winters and even hotter summers. But I'd be most concerned in the tropics because we would potentially lose the monsoon in West Africa, which would be a humanitarian catastrophe, and also disrupt the monsoon in India severely, which is the livelihoods of over a billion people. And it also disrupts the rainfall over the Amazon, so threatens this crucial harbour of biodiversity and indigenous people.
That is one of the overwhelming things about discussing the AMOC, is the potential consequences and sort of trying to illustrate exactly what would happen. You know, rising sea waters, shutdown of different important climate functions, rain in some places cease to happen in a seasonal way, extremes in changes, seasonal changes, beyond what we're way beyond what we're seeing right now. It is a horrifying thing to consider just what the implications would mean. It would probably make a number of places practically unlivable.
And also, when the AMOC tips, it raises the sea level around large parts of the North Atlantic. And then what's happening is it's leaving heat behind in the Southern Ocean, so it's risking bringing forward the tipping points for the Antarctic ice sheets.
Not only do climate models suggest that global warming should disrupt the AMOC, but scientists also believe that during past periods of significant warming, such as the transition out of the last ice age, the AMOC may have significantly weakened or even shut down entirely. The problem is that determining if this process has already started again has proven to be very tricky because we only have about 20 years of direct observational data on the AMOC. But Lisa and her colleague Chris may have found a solution.
In the future, under global warming, the large-scale Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation will reduce with climate change. That, I think, we're all agreed on. What there's more ambiguity on is whether the overturning circulation has already weakened.
And this is where the Gulf Stream comes in. Since the Gulf Stream is a key surface current within the AMOC, any signs of it slowing down could indicate that the AMOC itself is losing strength. And in a groundbreaking study, Chris and Lisa found a way to extend the observational record of the Gulf Stream by decades using underwater telecommunication cables.
We combined a number of different observational data sets to look at how the strength of the Gulf Stream has changed over the last 40 or 50 years. And, we believe statistically, we found a robust weakening.
That finding allows researchers to compare what the models say about the AMOC with the observations of the Gulf Stream.
Over this same 4-decade period, where the climate models unambiguously say we should have seen weakening, we do see a comparable weakening in the observations of the Gulf Stream.
We put those together and say it's likely that weakening in the Gulf Stream is related to a weakening in the AMOC.
And so maybe we're actually observing for the first time a robust signal, a robust weakening in the overturning.
Lisa and her team are also trying to learn about a local impact of this weakening, sea level rise.
What we're putting out in the next couple of days is the 3 moorings here. They're going to measure the carbon and the nutrients and the pH.
I gotcha.
Right?
Gotcha.
And these guys in between are going to give us the temperature, salinity, fluxes, the heat content, and the sea level.
This data, this research is really going to help you figure out how the Gulf Stream and the changes in the Gulf Stream might affect Florida.
Yeah, we're hoping to answer some of those questions as well. So some of these moorings that we put in, we're going to be able to measure how much water there is, you know, above those instruments. And that's going to give us the sea surface height, the sea level.
And the sea, it turns out, is far from level. It's full of hills, bumps, and craters. And the most significant reason is ocean currents.
There is an intimate connection between the flow of the Gulf Stream and the height of sea level all along the U.S. southeastern coast. It's continually being deflected to the side by the effect of Earth's rotation. It turns out that how much that deflection force affects ocean water depends on 2 things. One is Earth's rotation, and the other is how fast the ocean currents are moving. The faster the ocean water moves, the more of a deflection to the side you get.
And while the Gulf Stream is mostly powered by the wind, the larger flow of the AMOC also plays a crucial role. If it were to collapse, the Gulf Stream could slow enough to add an additional 3 feet of sea level rise in places like Miami.
We do not want to be playing Russian roulette with the Atlantic overturning circulation, and
It is so flat. You look at these images and you start thinking about 3 feet, 1 meter or so, in raised sea levels. You look at this picture and it's like, that goes, how far back does 3 feet go? It's catastrophic.
want to be playing Russian roulette with the Atlantic overturning circulation. And
no, we do not.
It's like a crazy experiment we seem to be doing, but its consequences are so dangerous that we need to do everything in our power to try and limit the risk of this tipping point.
We don't know the level of warming that will push this system past the point of no return, but we do know that as we move further and further away from our historically stable climate, we risk triggering more tipping points like the collapse of the AMOC. Things like the dieback of the Amazon rainforest or the runaway melt of the Greenland and Antarctic ice sheets are all possible on our current projected path, 2.7 degrees of warming. And I'd rather not find out which of those lines we cross.
Yeah, Maya, I feel you on that. Oh, I feel you, and I also hear you. All right, we'll probably come back to talking about that later. Probably later tonight, on Friday night. But, I'm gonna move on from that. Sorry I'm having to truncate some of these a little bit more than I would like to, which is why we'll probably have to go back to them on another day. But since we are basically 5.5 hours in, and we're still struggling to get through the climate news, and we have a ton of Earth stories to hit up after this, so I gotta keep this moving. Let's just go to Australia here to wrap up the climate news. Talk about a massive blaze in the Northland. Wait, I'm sorry, not Australia. Did I say Australia? I meant New Zealand. That's my bad. Let's go here to One News from yesterday.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Yes, I did. It's true.
Dozens of firefighters in Northland are racing to contain the Waipoua forest fire before conditions worsen tomorrow. Waipoua residents evacuated last night are still unable to return home. The local marae now prepping for a week's worth of food and shelter. The 96-hectare fire is threatening 20 homes in the small forest settlement and raging through an area near the largest number of kauri, including the oldest and tallest, Tāne Mahuta. Yvonne Tahana is at the scene.
From the sky and across the ground, crews working hard to stop this wildfire from spreading.
We're just trying to contain the edges, just so make sure there's no jumps, so it doesn't jump over and start flaring up everywhere else.
Today is the day that we want to do the major work to put in these containment lines.
Containing the fire before the winds change.
Our major concern is Friday. Our weather or fire behaviour information we're getting is that the wind may turn to an easterly, and this will push the fire back towards the Waipoa settlement.
That settlement is where residents were evacuated from their homes last night. Snow Tane has a house there.
It's been down there for in excess of 600 years. They've, proven over the years that it could be even more than 600 years of settlement down there. So it's a very, very special place.
People from nearby Waikara Marae immediately went into action to look after displaced whānau and local volunteers fighting the fire.
The first things to do was the whānau came up, put the kettle on, got a kai going, offering shelter. Made up beds.
Getting heaps of baking done as well ahead of time so that it's all ready for tomorrow.
You want to keep them going.
There we go. People attempting to do whatever they can to fight this fire and provide services to people who are being impacted by it in New Zealand. Okay. Hold on, I gotta pee. I'm sorry. This is red alert. Sorry for the delays. On with the show, which is going to resume in space. Let's talk about those two astronauts that are still stuck on the ISS.
For NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore, the long wait to return to Earth is almost over. They went up to the International Space Station last June in a Boeing Starliner spacecraft and were supposed to return about a week later. But because of problems with the Starliner, they've stayed at the space station for over 250 days and are now set to return on a SpaceX capsule next month. I spoke with them, along with their crewmate Nick Hague, earlier today. Commander Williams, Captain Wilmore, and Colonel Hague, welcome to the NewsHour. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's just absolutely our pleasure to be here on the PBS NewsHour with you. It's great to be able to talk about space, and because I know a lot of people are interested, so thank you for taking the time.
We're so grateful for your time. Commander Williams, when you first went up last June, let's remind folks here, you were only supposed to be up there about a week or so. You've now Been up in space about 250 days. You've probably heard in the conversation back here on Earth, some people saying you are stuck up there, other people saying that you were abandoned up there. I'm just curious for your take. How do you look at it? Do you feel stuck or abandoned?
You know, I wouldn't characterize it like that. I think, you know, obviously there's a lot of discussion about it. So maybe people could conceive that that's the way we are, but we're not stuck. We're part of a bigger process, right? We're part of an International Space Station crew, and we just happen to be the second two on the crew that was that came up here. Nick came up here with one other gentleman, and it's usually four of us up here for a increment, and so Butch and I extended to go along with that increment per the plan, because you know, those spacecraft rotate every 6 months or so. So, you know, nothing is really for, as Butch put it before, it's not about Butch and I, it's about, you know, our obligation to our international partners and, you know, fulfilling the world-class science that we're doing up here on the International Space Station.
And I want to ask more about that work.
Okay. There you go. Astronauts up, still stuck up there. Still on the ISS. Nearly a year later. After this failed Boeing Starlink NASA government-funded mission. All right, that's it for the space news. Let's go on to talking about Earth news. And there's plenty of that to do. We're going to get back into talking about immigration. Let's start here from 2 days ago. This is Democracy Now! Discussing the lack of oversight regarding the private companies running Guantanamo.
Illegal.
Investigations from NASA's Commercial
What is
Lunar
this?
Payload Services initiative.
Oh shit, I had a secret space news. Secret space news. What is this? Oh yeah, this is a NASA SpaceX launch. I don't know how I forgot about this.
For humanity to live and work at the moon. Hello and welcome everyone to the Kennedy
Why is this so goddamn quiet?
Center in Florida. I'm NASA's Tahira Allen, and this is Josh Marshall, the community.
I literally can't hear any of this. Anyways, NASA money being used for SpaceX. SpaceX, I assume, receiving a bunch of money for letting NASA use their rocket on this mission. But Elon Musk doesn't have any conflicts of interest. Okay. I almost forgot that one. Glad we got that in there. Let's go now to talking about immigration. Amy.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's visiting Guantanamo today, and his first visit to the notorious naval base since he was confirmed, and amidst growing criticism of the transfer and detention of migrants there. On Monday, the Trump administration halted plans to house detained migrants in tent structures at Guantanamo over concerns the facilities don't meet detention standards set by ICE. That's Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The tents lack electricity and air conditioning. Earlier this month, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem visited Guantanamo days after the first detained immigrants were flown there and claimed without evidence the people deported there were dangerous criminals.
Emaciated.
These individuals are the worst of the worst that we pulled off of our streets.
Who are they?
She's always wearing these business suits and stuff, but Jesus Christ. Is Kristi Noem anorexic?
Criminals.
These individuals are the worst of the worst that we pulled off of our streets.
Who are they?
Murderers, rapists. So when I was there, I was able to watch one of the flights landing and them unload about 15 different of these criminals. Those were mainly child pedophiles, those that were out there trafficking children, trafficking drugs, and were pulled off of our streets and put at this facility.
So that was Kristi Noem, now the head of the Department of Homeland Security. The New York Times just had an expose on a woman in Colombia who's Venezuelan, who saw her brother in video coming to Guantanamo. And she said, my brother is not a dangerous criminal. He came into the United States. The administration talked about the tattoos, that these people are members of gangs. And she said his tattoos are of Michael Jordan, because he loves Michael Jordan. Well, last week, as the Trump administration abruptly deported 177 Venezuelan migrants who'd been detained at Guantanamo, they admitted that 50 of them had no criminal record apart from entering the U.S. unlawfully. Meanwhile, 5 Senate Democrats, led by Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, sent a letter to President Trump Monday challenging the transfer of migrants to Guantanamo as illegal and unjustified, calling the move, quote, unprecedented, unlawful, and harmful to American national security, values, and interests, the letter says. It goes on, there's no basis in U.S. immigration law for transferring non-citizens arrested inside the United States to a location outside the United States for detention prior to or for the purpose of conducting removal proceedings, unquote. We turn now to a new investigation that reveals how the private corporation running the migrant detention center at Guantanamo has a history of rights abuses at other migrant detention facilities in the United States. The conglomerate is called Akima. It has over 40 subsidiaries and more than 2,000 contracts with the U.S. government. Last year, the Biden administration awarded a contract to run the Guantanamo Migrant Operations Center to Akima subsidiary. We're joined here in New York by investigative reporter Jose Olivares, whose latest piece for The Guardian is headlined, Revealed, U.S. firm running Guantanamo migrant jail accused over rights abuses. Jose, it's great to have you with us. Lay out what you found.
Thank you so much, Amy. Yes, so obviously the Guantanamo Naval Base has a long history, and it's notorious for the military prison that has housed war on terror detainees. There's been allegations of torture and abuse there. But what really the public didn't know too much prior to Trump's executive order is that for decades there has existed a migrant detention center at the Guantanamo Naval Base. Now, this facility is divided into two. One part of it is run by the State Department, and the other part of it is run by ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Now, ICE, what I found is that last year the Biden administration gave the ICE contract to Akima Infrastructure Protection, which is this massive federal government contractor. And this contract is worth $163.4 million to run the Migrant Operations Center, which is what it's called. Now, technically, it is at the naval base, so it's extremely secretive. We don't know how operations take place, what the conditions are like for migrants there. But what's important to note is that for decades, this facility has been used to detain migrants, primarily those who are fleeing from the Caribbean, trying to make it to the U.S. and are intercepted at sea by the Coast Guard. Now, when they are intercepted at sea, they're sent to the Migrant Operations Center where they are held and detained and processed, and sometimes either deported back to their home countries or repatriated to third nations. However, what I found with this investigation is that for decades, since the early 2000s, since the Bush administration, private contractors have been running this detention center. First, it started with Geo Group, one of the biggest private prison companies in the U.S. Then it moved to MVM Incorporated, which is a defense contractor. And now last year, the Biden administration gave Akima this massive contract to run the facility for at least 5 years. What is also important to note here is that because it's on the naval base, it is extremely secretive. So we didn't know that throughout various presidential administrations, from Bush to Obama to Trump to Biden and now under Trump again, migrants have been held at this ICE facility that is at Guantanamo. There's been no public oversight over the facility. There haven't been any public reports, even though they're congressionally mandated by members of Congress to publish reports about the conditions in the facility. But what I also found is that this company, Akima Infrastructure Protection, is part of a larger conglomerate called Akima. And Akima has over 40 subsidiaries. It's a massive company that contracts with the government. And this company also runs other immigration and customs enforcement facilities throughout the U.S. I was able to find at least 5 of them, and 3 of them were, really widely criticized for their conditions inside.
Now by Austin Coker, professor at Syracuse University, a political and legal geographer studying immigration enforcement. And you can find him over on Substack, austincoker.substack. I've now sent this around to family members who are trying to keep up with the insanity of the Trump administration. Your work over there is essential. So thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thanks for having me. I love the show.
Oh, well, very kind of you. Appreciate that. I want to start here because this is just one of the many horrific stories that we're seeing. Stephen Monticelli over at the Texas Observer just keeps doing great work. And he uncovered this yesterday, or at least published this piece yesterday. It's a piece entitled "ICE Prosecutor in Dallas Runs a White Supremacist X Account." And the posts are as follows. This is apparently a guy who it went on the radar that he might have been a part of ICE enforcement or a member or somebody in the government when he was bragging on Twitter about, yeah, I'm at the courthouse waiting on warrants, etc. But these were some of his posts prior to that. But the latest posts that Glomar Responder, that's the name of this account, has made over the years that suggest the operator of the account is an ICE employee. Glomar Responder has also routinely expressed blatantly racist and anti-immigrant views. Through an extensive review of this account's posts, publicly available documents, and other social media profiles and posts, the Texas Observer has identified the operator of Glomar Responder as James Jim Joseph Rodden, a 44-year-old who works as an assistant chief counsel for ICE in the Dallas area. He represents the agency in immigration court hearings where judges decide whether an individual is removed from the country. Now, here are some of his posts. America is a white nation founded by whites. Our country should favor us. All blacks are foreign to my people, dumb F. Freedom of association hasn't existed in this country since 1964 at the absolute latest, he wrote, talking about the Civil Rights Act. He also said, I'm not a commie, I'm a fascist. Fascists solve communist problems. Get your insults right, R-word. He also said migrants are all criminals, he posted. It is our holy duty to guard against the foreign hordes. Nobody is proposing feeding migrants into tree shredders yet. Give it a few more weeks at this level of
This
invasion.
is disgusting.
And that will be the moderate position. Below that is some racism about Asian people, etc. I mean, it's you could go on and on. This is the mentality. And that's why I wanted to start here with you, Austin. Does this kind of open white supremacy from somebody who gleefully is involved in these ICE raids, does this surprise you?
You know, it's not surprising. We've seen lots of examples of this out of Border Patrol and other parts of the enforcement wing of the Department of Homeland Security. Unfortunately, these agencies, because of their rhetoric at the national level and also the mission of the agencies, which, these are agencies that are really struggle with responsible oversight. They're constantly trying to get out of oversight. They're constantly trying to avoid being transparent to the public. I can tell you as someone who's sent a lot of FOIA requests to these agencies, it's very difficult to get information back. And even a high-ranking person inside one of these agencies a couple months ago who was new to the agency described, how much they try to refuse to be transparent. They're hiding issues like this within their own ranks. I'll also just say, when I saw this come out, and I agree with you, that reporter and the Texas Observer is doing fantastic reporting right now. What's also so important for, I think, the public to understand, which the reporting itself indicates, but this is someone who was sitting in immigration court hearings making decisions, like potentially life and death decisions about families. And, as the reporter describes, and I've sat in these courtrooms, I've spent 15 years doing research on the immigration enforcement system, and he would have been sitting there on his phone, which you can see. I've sat in these courtrooms as well. And even though this is an example of something obviously very serious, something that's much more rampant is not just the white supremacy, but just widespread indifference. I've sat there in immigration court with attorneys lots of different attorneys who they'll just surf the internet. They'll be on sports sites. Like, they're not really paying attention to what's going on. And I think all of that together helps to paint a picture of a system that's just biased towards immigrants. They can sit there and cruise on Twitter and cruise on their ESPN web pages and just look around, and people get deported. It's not even just
dealing with people's lives in this very intimate and serious way, legally speaking, and then just dicking around in the courtroom on your phone. It's incredibly callous.
Visuals is just the systems that are, really skewed against migrants, unfortunately.
Yeah, just casually ruining people's lives and breaking up families without much of a thought. And it's the dehumanization that starts from the top about immigrants that results in that kind of ideology, but also the more under the radar indifference that you described to their pain and suffering. And people often describe our immigration system as broken, and even Democrats, who I'm very frustrated with, not providing a positive vision for what fixing our immigration system could look like outside of just militarizing our border and doing the same thing but a little bit more nicely. What is broken about our immigration system, and what really needs to be fixed as opposed to more militarization and more pain and suffering?
Sure. So I think the language about having a broken immigration system, I think it's really important because it is a kind of way for people, regardless of their, maybe individual views on it. I think a lot of people do agree that there's something with the immigration system that's not working. It's not working because we don't have a system that responds to our economic needs. The truth is, many of our core industries in this country rely on immigrant labor, and we haven't had revisions to labor migration in almost 30 years, since the 1990s.
Yep, we have an outdated immigration system. Donald Trump is firing immigration judges. You have immigration attorneys not giving a fuck while ICE violates the law to get these deportations done. It's a pretty horrifying situation, if you ask me. All right, let's move on from U.S. immigration, from Guantanamo and all that, on to a different island, Britain, or just the UK in general. Here's Guardian news from 2 days ago. This is the PMQ's Keir Starmer announcing something big.
For peace to endure in Ukraine and beyond, we need deterrence. I know that this House will endorse the principle of winning peace through strength. So starting today, I can announce this government will begin the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War. Yeah. We will deliver our commitment to spend 2.5% of GDP on defence, but we will bring it forward so we reach that level in 2027. And we will maintain that for the rest of this Parliament. And let me spell that out, Mr. Speaker. That means spending £13.4 billion more on defence every year from 2027. But, Mr. Speaker, in the short term, it can only be funded through hard choices.
Hard choice.
And in this case, that means we will cut our spending on development assistance, moving from 0.5% of GNI today to 0.3% in 2027. Fully.
So rather than assisting countries, which in many cases Britain had a hand in causing their lack of development, will now receive less money from the UK government. And I'm sure this is not going to help something we talked about recently, that being the NHS, which is woefully underfunded due to all the austerity measures put in place by the 15 years of Tory leadership. Increasing the defense budget by $15 billion only widens that hole that Labour keeps talking about. A $37 billion hole. By the way, thank you, my dogs, for celebrating your 2 months with being a galactic member. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. I love it. Alright. Not going to leave the UK. In fact, we got a bunch of UK stuff to talk about since Keir has been in the news as he made a trip to the United States to meet up with Donald Trump. But before we do that, let's hit up this one piece of UK business news.
Britain's Rolls-Royce lifted its midterm targets Thursday. Confidence for the future comes after the firm beat expectations last year with a profit of $3.1 billion. That was up 55% on the year before. Rolls-Royce, which works with plane makers Boeing and Airbus, said a cost-saving plan boosted profits. It further said it was helped by engine tweaks to ensure they can fly for longer before maintenance, and it had secured improved contract terms. The aerospace giant said it would meet its previous midterm targets this year, 2 years earlier than planned. It guided to midterm underlying operating profit of up to around $4.9 billion. The upgrade showed the progress made by Rolls-Royce since Tufan Ergin-Bilgic took over as CEO 2 years ago.
Follow the rich white man.
Well, there you go. There's your business news in the UK. British company Rolls-Royce making the big money on the aerospace technologies. All right, let's go on to talking about that little visit. We're gonna make a couple of trips here. Let's first go here. This was in the White House, in the conference room. Sorry, not the conference room. This is the Oval Office. Sorry. An important letter given to Donald Trump. Who could it be from?
It is my pleasure to bring from His Majesty the King a letter. He sends his best wishes and his regards, of course, but he also asked me to bear this letter and bring it to you. So can I present the letter from the King to you?
Thank you very much. Am I supposed to read it right now?
Yeah, please do.
I will do.
I've got to tell him what your reaction is, so I need to know.
He is a great gentleman. A great, great gentleman.
God, Keir's turning red over there. Are you supposed to read it? What are you talking about? Of course.
Oh, that's well. Well, that is really nice. I must make sure his signature's on that.
Maybe Keir wrote it.
Not quite as meaningful. It is, and that's quite a signature, isn't it? Beautiful. He's a beautiful man, a wonderful man, and
a beautiful,
we appreciate
wonderful
I've known
man.
him, gotten to know him very well, actually.
Merit
First term and
competence.
now second term. Perhaps you'd like to say what that very important paragraph.
Yes, so this is a letter from His Majesty the King. It's an invitation for a second state visit. This is really special. This has never happened before. This is unprecedented. And I think that just symbolises the strength of the relationship between us. So this is a very special letter. I think the last state visit was a tremendous success.
It was.
His Majesty the King wants to make this even better than that. So this is truly historic, an unprecedented second
That's
state
a great,
visit. If he
great
wants
honor.
to.
Truly unprecedented. I feel like everybody around the world is trying to give Donald Trump as many symbolic victories as they possibly can, so they don't have to give him actually the things that he wants, the insane things. That he wants to force our partners and allies into doing. I just found this one pretty funny, not gonna lie. Oh god. But it does speak to Donald Trump's ego, right? Sort of, oh, this is historic, Trump. You'll be the first one to ever do it. Think about that. You can write that down in the history books. Makes you very, very important. Aren't you an important little guy, aren't you? You want to go meet the king a second time? I know you do. Alright, let's see how this meeting, Donald and Keir, went. Well, actually not the meeting. Let's go to the conference itself. They held in the briefing room here. Yeah.
Mr. Keir Starmer.
The United Kingdom to the White House. Prime Minister Starmer, you've been terrific in our discussions. You're a very tough negotiator, however. I'm not sure I like that, but that's okay. Very, very special person. The Prime Minister and I have gotten off to an outstanding start. The U.S. and UK have a special relationship, very special.
That's
really
my
like
thing.
no other, passed down through the centuries.
Nobody else can be good at negotiating but me. Art of the deal. What does Keir know about the deal? Sorry.
And we're going to keep it that way. We're going to keep it very strong as it is. Very importantly, I was just notified by letter from King Charles that he's extended through the Prime Minister a historic second state visit to the United Kingdom.
Look how excited he is.
And that's a great honor because it's
So
never
he's-
happened before.
it's never happened before.
One person has never
Look at him.
been extended that honor, and I really do.
People don't get how big of a deal this is. I'm going for a second time. It's never been heard of. Don James 1676 just resubscribed 9 months in a row. My God. Thank you for supporting us, Don James.
An honor, but it's not for me, it's for our country. It's respect for our country. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank King Charles. Thank you very much, and we accept. I don't know if the media is going to follow us. I have a feeling they might. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm pleased to say that the bust of one of the Prime Minister's greatest predecessors, Winston Churchill, is now back in the rightful place in the Oval Office, and we're very proud of it. Our meeting today,
very proud,
and the various breakout sessions we had were tremendously productive. Most importantly, I provided the Prime Minister with an update on our efforts to end the bloody and horrible war in Ukraine.
So yeah, Donald and Keir did a lot of talking, supposedly. But we're not going to watch this whole thing. We're going to watch clips of it as we go through the rest of the stream. We've certainly got a number of them, most of them regarding what he just mentioned. Ukraine, Russia, all of that. Things got a little contentious, though. We'll get back to that. But let's move on to the EU here. discuss a little bit of EU stuff. We're also going to take a random segue while we're talking EU, but it just felt like the best time to shuffle this in. So before we get to any of that, let's go to the EU, talk about the Trump tariff threats, which are continuing, not just on Canada and Mexico or China, but also the EU. The, who is this? I think, oh, what's her name? Oh, God damn it.
I got paid millions of dollars a year to bet on the collapse of your working class. As I want to tell the public, the American people, this gets
What is this doing
Class
here?
warfare does not work and will ultimately lead to violence against.
Sorry, this shouldn't even be in here. What is this doing in here right now? This was in... Oh, no. What just happened? We just completely... What the fuck? Oh, God. Please hold. Something bad's happened. I just got out of my list. Yep. Oh, son of a bitch. I haven't gotten done watching all of that. Why did it send it to me? Just like that. It's fucked up. Okay, let's go to the Associated Press. See what EU leaders had to say about Donald Trump's tariff threats and comments on our trade relationship with the EU. Sorry about that. Made a huge tiny mistake.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
The world relies on the strength of the transatlantic relationship. It is beyond shared trade, commerce, and industry. It is beyond immediate political considerations. It is about what we, collectively, represent to people everywhere. People under pressure from autocrats look to us for support. People under attack for their beliefs and their views across the globe look to our flags as symbols of liberty. People under fire on the front line are fighting for the way of life that our two blocs represent. This partnership matters. That is why I think we should be talking about trade agreements rather than tariffs. Pulling ourselves up together rather than the opposite. And we are not out to screw anyone. And this win-win attitude will always be our preferred approach. Of course, at the same time, we are ready for anything. So, allow me to be clear, the European Union will react firmly and immediately against unjust barriers to free and fair trade, including where tariffs are used to challenge legal and non-discriminatory policies. We don't want to go down that road, let me be clear, but we're ready.
There you go. A very foreboding message from EU Parliament leader. I cannot remember her name still, but making it very clear that the EU is ready for US tariffs, will respond.
A Romanian official has said...
Dude, you're fucking with me. Fucking with my groove. Will respond in kind with tariffs of its own, if the U.S. might put these tariffs in place, which Donald Trump has only been doubling down on, saying that he's definitely doing it. Suggesting that I'm pretty sure Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick are supposedly going over the numbers on as to who gets tariffed and who doesn't. Now let's go to an EU country, if I'm not mistaken, right? Romania. Pretty sure Romania is in the EU, and they're the ones who have allowed Andrew and Tristan Tate to leave their homes and come to the United States. Let's start here.
A Romanian official has said influencer brothers Andrew and Tristan Tate have left for the US after a travel ban imposed on them was lifted. Both are charged with offences in Romania, including human trafficking and forming a criminal gang to sexually exploit women.
Illegal.
It's unclear under what conditions the brothers were allowed to leave Romania, but Romania's anti-organised crime agency has said judicial controls remain in place, including the requirement to appear before judicial authorities whenever summoned. Andrew and Tristan Tate, who are both dual US-British citizens, were arrested in Romania in 2022, along with 2 Romanian women. All 4 were formally indicted last year. All deny all of the allegations. The Tates are keen supporters of US President Donald Trump and boast millions of online followers. Romania's foreign minister said this month that an official from Trump's administration had expressed interest in the Tates case during the Munich Security Conference, but that it did not amount to pressure.
Oh no, there's just genuine interest about the case from the Trump administration. No pressure from this insane fascist regime.
The controversial social media influencer Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan are believed to have left Romania on a private jet heading to the US. The Tate brothers, who are joint UK-US nationals, were arrested in Romania 3 years ago, and they face trial on allegations of rape, trafficking minors and money laundering, all of which they deny. Well, our correspondent in Bucharest, Nick Thorpe, has more details.
Well, I've seen pictures this morning of Andrew Tate waving from the steps of a private jet just before it left Baniasa Airport here in Bucharest. We also know from Romanian sources that these are dual citizens, so they hold both American and British passports. And I understand perhaps one of the conditions of their release was that they would travel to the United States. Obviously, they're wanted. There's a warrant for their arrest in the United Kingdom. So if they had stayed in Europe or in a European Union country, they would have been required, those countries would have been required to extradite them, presumably, to Britain. So as far as we know, that's why they've traveled to the United States. The Romanian prosecutors this morning have issued a statement saying that the Tate brothers remain under what they call judicial control, which means that they still face this investigation. They still face these very serious charges here in Romania. But part of the deal, if you like, with them has been that they will return at a later date to Romania to face court proceedings here.
Yeah, and what if they don't? You think the US is going to extradite? I find it hard to believe that Donald Trump would extradite these 2 guys. Here was a statement that Andrew made to the press 14 hours ago.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Andrew, how are you?
Listen. We live in a democratic society where it's innocent until proven guilty, and I think my brother and I are largely misunderstood. There's a lot of opinions about us, a lot of things that go around about us on the internet. We've yet to be convicted of any crime in our lives ever. We have no criminal record anywhere on the planet ever. Our case was dismissed on the 19th of December in Romania under the Biden administration. And our prosecutor recently decided, because we have no active indictment in court, to let us go and return. This is a democratic society. It's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, as my brother and I are. And I think it's extremely important that we stop allowing media spin, wrap-up smears, lies, or carefully constructed narratives from George Soros-funded operations trying to destroy the reputations of good people.
George Soros is trying to destroy Andrew Tate. That's a good one, buddy.
Give me a joke.
That is funny. George Soros coming after the Tate brothers. Yeah. Or you've clearly done publicly a bunch of horrifying things. Basically spelled out much of the things you're accused of. But no, okay. Yeah, I get it. It's all George Soros. That makes sense. Let's see if Donald Trump has an opinion on all of this.
President Trump, Andrew and Tristan Tate landed in Florida today on a private jet after being released from custody in Romania. They are accused rapists, human traffickers, not thought of as good people in many circles. Did your administration pressure the Romanian government to release them, and if so, why?
I know nothing about that.
I didn't know anything about it.
I don't know. You're saying he's on a plane right now?
He's back. They already did.
Yeah, I just know nothing about it.
know.
We'll check it out. We'll let you know.
Check it out. Not familiar with these Tates. Let's talk about another guy who was, well, involved in some very horrifying things, who Donald Trump has spoken about recently in the media. Jeffrey Epstein.
I tweeted this. People were very upset about this. You know, supposedly Donald Trump is going to release all of the files, right? Has he released the JFK stuff yet?
No.
I don't know what's taking so long.
It turns out that's more of a bargaining chip when he talks about that stuff than actual promise.
Well, but he's going to release, what was the other stuff that he was going to release?
The Epstein files?
No, the other one, the UFO stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is that released?
Right, yeah.
No? Oh, okay. Well, we know he's going to release the Epstein files, right? Because why wouldn't you? Now, there is a story going around that supposedly there are FBI agents who are destroying all these files. It's almost as if, like, they're trying to start this story as to why they can't release these files because they can't exist.
The dogs are eating the homework everywhere.
Yes, the dogs are eating the homework. We've got people who are destroying these files. Really? How did you catch those people? Who are they? Oh, you're not going to tell us? Oh, okay. Well, maybe you should just grab those files from them and release them. Everybody knows that Donald Trump is going to release the Epstein files. Why wouldn't he? And, you know, there was a funny thing about the editing of an interview, apparently, that happened with Fox. Fox had interviewed him about this. And this was back in July of 2024. And Fox cut it in a way where they asked him, will you release the Epstein files? And Trump said, yeah. And then they cut away. And apparently there was other things that he said after that sound a little bit weird and may explain why he's not going to.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
Pause it. Pause it. Okay, and that's where they cut for the original interview. Oh, okay. Yeah, 9/11. Yeah, JFK. I actually released a lot of it. No, I didn't. And yeah, Epstein. Yeah. Okay. Go back just a little bit and find out what the rest of that answer is. Because in common parlance, this is what we call that. Go ahead.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you know, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least...
Do you think that would restore trust?
A lot of
Help
lies.
restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others.
What an odd thing to say.
Yeah, keep going. Yeah, that's it.
I didn't know you were going to be talking about this.
It's almost like...
He's an Epstein associate?
Well, it's almost like he's setting it up to, like, if we did release it and there were names in there, I wouldn't believe it.
I wouldn't
believe those names because they're probably fake. That's the thing.
A little bit.
All the files that we have are probably fake. So I wouldn't... Come on! I wouldn't... Why would we... I mean, I could release them, but it's all fake stuff anyways. So you wouldn't want to believe that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fake stuff in that file.
People get confused.
I know this is a confusing thing, but A, B, C, D, E for Epstein, F for fake. Sometimes those files, the fake files, commingle with the Epstein files. So it's hard to know which is which in the
Some
files.
of it's the deep state.
I would, but not so much. So for Maga, that is curious as to why we haven't seen the Epstein files yet. Maybe the reason is because it's all fake.
Yeah.
The files.
You know, somebody should get Marsha Blackburn on the phone and let her know that they're all fake. Because, well, Senator Marsha Blackburn of, what is it, Tennessee? She's Tennessee, right? Well, Marsha, wherever she may be from, I always forget where she's from. Someone hasn't cued Marsha into this. No one told Marsha that, you know, they were all fake. And there's no reason to be worried about the Epstein files. No reason to look into it. Because she was in the Senate. She had a poster board and everything. Let's go here. NBC Montana. From 8 hours ago.
Breaking news tonight, Attorney General Pam Bondi has released some documents related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. But in a fiery letter to FBI Director Kash Patel, she says she's learned there are many more out there and wants them to be released to the Justice Department by tomorrow morning. Here's national correspondent Christine Frizzau.
With his apparent suicide in his jail cell in 2019, hope for answers about Jeffrey Epstein's alleged sex trafficking ring faded. But Attorney General Pam Bondi insists her Department of Justice will release as much information as possible.
This will make you sick. 200 victims. 200.
I forgot about Pam's involvement in all this. So yeah, Pam... apparently some of these files are not releasable. I wonder why they wouldn't be able to release some of the files. Like, some of them are good and some of them are bad. This is probably the fake ones. They're not allowed to release the fake ones. They're only going to release the real ones. Interesting.
So we have over 250 actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected and their personal information.
That stunning number of victims, one reason Senator Marsha Blackburn this week sent a letter to FBI Director Kash Patel, asking him to make public the names of Epstein's associates that are listed in the flight logs of his private jet and in Ghislaine Maxwell's Little Black Book. Maxwell was a former British socialite found guilty of child sex trafficking, largely for her work assisting Jeffrey Epstein.
Every piece of information is like putting a puzzle together. You get one piece and that leads you to the next two or three.
So you think this is much bigger than Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh, yes, absolutely. There was a global network. This is not about celebrity. This is about ending this practice of human trafficking and sex trafficking and ending this modern-day slavery.
The Attorney General releasing binders marked unclassified to conservative commentators. Later, though, in a letter accusing the FBI of withholding documents, directing Kash Patel.
Why does Chaya Rychik? Did you see that? That was Chaya fucking Rychik. You gotta be kidding me.
A letter accusing the FBI of withholding documents, directing Kash Patel to release them by Friday morning. Photos from Jeffrey Epstein's past show him associating with everyone from Prince Andrew to former President Clinton to current President Donald Trump. Here on Capitol Hill, we are hearing this is just phase one. To expect much
more. Okay, we're even gonna get to see the fake files. Okay, great. I'm excited. Okay. Seems to be a lot of conflicting information here. They're going to release the files, but Donald Trump says that a lot of them are fake. They can't release all of it. But they're going to release it all in phases. So, yeah, whatever. It's fine. It doesn't have to make sense.
I don't want reality.
Doesn't have to make sense. Just like it doesn't have to make sense that I just blew through the second break of the stream, even though we're... how many hours in? 6 hours in? Should be the third break, but it's how the cookie crumbles. Although I guess technically the stream shutting down counts as a break, right?
Give me a joke.
Alright, chat, hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon so you don't miss any of the latest galactic content. While you're doing all of that, do also remember that we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways for you to show your support around here. YouTube Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, where you get an extra feeling of galacticness, as well as 17 galactic emotes to boot. I got Twitch, but in lieu of those two things, well, not in lieu, but I would like to recommend perhaps a different option for you to help keep the Galactic News Network alive. Make sure that the March bills get paid as they loom over us with a 24-hour clock on it. We're getting very, very close. I think I'm like $100 short right now to get it all done. So do contribute whatever you can if you can. And of course, I get that money immediately if you do it on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon, right? Become a Patreon subscriber. You can also get benefits while also keeping the Galactic News Network alive. More space benefits than is seen in the rest of the entire Milky Way galaxy. So, make your choice. Do what you can. And I'll be right back after these short breaks. My brain is broken today. Can't think of words. Sound means it's time for the next half of the show. Alrighty. We're going to keep talking about Republicans here, but we're going to go back to that little meeting that was had between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer. And some of the cabinet. But this one, I'm just going to touch on this because J.D. Vance was asked a question while he was sitting here on the yellow couch in the Oval Office about his little speech suggesting that the European Union and other countries like the UK weren't allowing free speech in their countries. Stuff like not letting Nazis do Nazi stuff, or, you know, people incite hate and violence against children, you know, like literal school children. That's illegal in J.D. Vance's mind.
Illegal?
How dare you?
One or two more. Yes, ma'am.
In his remarks at the Munich Security Conference, Vice President Vance condemned free speech violations in the UK, particularly. Could you respond? What is your message?
I have an idea. We have the man right here. Come on. Let's go, JD. We're putting you on stage.
Great. Yeah, look, I said what I said, which is that we do have, of course, a special relationship with our friends in the UK and also with some of our European allies. But we also know that there have been infringements on free speech that actually affect not just the British. Of course, what the British do in their own country is up to them, but also affect American technology companies and by extension American citizens. So that is something that we'll talk about today at lunch.
We've had free speech for a very, very long time in the United Kingdom, and it will last for a very, very long time. Well, no, I mean, certainly we wouldn't want to reach across US citizens, and we don't, and that's absolutely right. But in relation to free speech in the UK, I'm very proud of our history there.
We discussed AUKUS, though. We've been discussing AUKUS with the Australians.
Yeah. Shocking that the UK doesn't want people to push disinformation against either disenfranchised groups of people, ethnic minorities, religious minorities. How dare they try and tamp down on that kind of behavior, even just ever so lightly. Protect the couches. Yeah, that couch is in peril every day. J.D. Vance sitting on it awkwardly. Okay. This was Donald Trump during a meeting that he had with Emmanuel Macron, which happened 3 days ago. If you missed it, here's a clip from that. Donald Trump was asked a question about Vladimir Putin. Whether or not, in the wake of him calling Volodymyr Zelensky a dictator, he was asked this question.
That was exactly what we agreed to.
Mr. President, to call Zelensky a dictator, would you use the same words regarding Putin?
I don't use those words lightly. I think that we're going to see how it all works out. Let's see what happens. I think we have a chance of a really good settlement between very...
Emmanuel Macron is struggling to take him seriously right now.
Europe.
As am I. I mean, by saying that he doesn't take that word dictator lightly, he is essentially saying not only is Vladimir not a dictator in his opinion, but also that Volodymyr Zelensky is even more so a dictator. Just in the way he's phrasing it, right? I don't take it lightly, which means I actually thought about this, unlike usual, where I just sort of flippantly say stuff. No, I genuinely believe that Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine is a dictator.
How it all works out. Let's see what happens. I think we have a chance of a really good settlement between various countries.
The very best settlement.
You're talking about Europe, and you're talking about Ukraine as part of that whole situation. The other side has a lot of support also. So let's see how it all works out. It might work out. About? Look, you can never make up lies.
Them do not have a place to live. Some now have children or grandchildren. Everyone wants to come back, so we take photos and film videos, even of these ruins. People cry, but they want to take a look at what is going on here.
I don't think there will be a peace agreement.
Okay. Well, as you can see, the destruction on the ground in Ukraine, this area is currently controlled by Russian troops, is quite vast. Let's go here from 2 days ago now to that UN vote I was talking about. This was in the General Assembly. Here's France 24 on the story.
The United States and its longtime European allies engaged in a showdown in the United Nations on Monday. In the General Assembly, Ukraine introduced a resolution demanding Russian withdrawal and for accountability for Russia's war crimes.
In favor, 93, against 18, abstentions 65.
European nations largely supported the resolution, which was unsurprisingly rejected by Russia. In a diplomatic rift, the United States also voted no. Instead, the U.S. put forth its own resolution calling for peace, which did not condemn the invasion or even mention Russia at all. The General Assembly passed this measure as well, but only after European nations marked it up, calling out Russia as an invading aggressor.
Seems weird to omit Russia from a peace or proposal of peace at the United Nations. Seems sort of incomplete. If you were to ask me, if I were editing it, I would say, hey, did you forget? Did you forget about everybody involved in this situation? But of course, the current U.S. administration seems to not just be, they're not forgetting about Russia. That's all they're thinking about. How to make sure Vladimir Putin cancels those Trumpy debts. Which may or may not exist, I don't know. I'm just... I'm just thinking out loud. Let's go here now, talk really quickly about the fact that Foreign Minister Lavrov and Marco Rubio, among others, are going to be meeting in Turkey in the coming days. They may already be meeting today, I'm not sure. Here's the AP from yesterday. Our high-level diplomats and experts will meet and consider the systemic problems that have accumulated as a result of the previous U.S. administration's illegal activities to create artificial obstacles for the Russian embassy, to which we naturally reciprocated, and also created uncomfortable conditions for the work of the American embassy in Moscow. Such a meeting will take place tomorrow in Istanbul. I think that its results will show how quickly and effectively we can move. Super weird. We keep forgetting about all the important parts of this, like all of Europe or all of Ukraine. And then just sort of putting out whatever Russia seems to want. UN resolutions with no discussion of Russia. Multiple meetings between Russian and American diplomats without any serious meeting between the US and Ukraine since Donald Trump took office. I believe there was one very brief meeting, but it seems like Donald Trump has barely spoken with Zelensky. Maybe one time. Here was Donald Trump saying something about Ukraine yesterday regarding his beliefs about them joining NATO.
Problems are doing very well with Russia, Ukraine. President Zelensky is going to be coming on Friday. That's now confirmed, and we're going to be signing an agreement, which will be a very big agreement. And I want to thank Howard and Scott for the job you guys did in putting it together.
The rare earth.
An amazing job. And that'll be on rare earth and other things.
Rare earth and things.
You know, we're in
rare things as well.
$350 billion. Europe is in for $100 billion. And that's a big difference. So we're in for probably 3 times as much, and yet it's very important to everybody, but Europe's very close. We have a big ocean separating us, so it's very important for Europe, and they hopefully will step up and do maybe more than they're doing, and maybe a lot more. The previous administration put us in a very bad position, but we've been able to make a deal where we're going to get our money back, and we're going to get a lot of money in the future, and I think that's appropriate because we have taxpayers that shouldn't be footing the bill.
What concessions would you like to see? What concessions would you like to see?
I don't want to tell it right now, but I can tell you. NATO you can forget about.
Forget about it.
I think that's probably the reason the whole thing started.
The whole thing, reason, even though Ukraine wasn't entering NATO in 2014, that's why it started. They're not even in the EU yet. But Donald Trump saying that them joining NATO or whatever somehow was the reason why Russia invaded. Okay. It's weird, because that's not how history works. But Ukraine can forget about it. That's Donald Trump saying, go fuck yourself, okay, Ukraine? You don't need to be in NATO. Just forget about it. Alright? You don't have to be independent and to make your own decisions. I'm telling you now. Can't do it.
not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Now, here is Donald Trump being asked about security. Oh, wait, did I skip one? Oh, no, I just skipped past it. Oh, shit, go back. God damn you. Go back. Can't be missing any of the videos. That's not right. Security guarantees. Trump, go. They're going to be vetted. They will be vetted.
Well, I'm not going to make security guarantees beyond very much. We're going to have Europe do that because it's in, we're talking about Europe as the next door neighbor. But we're going to make sure everything goes well. And as you know, we'll be making we'll be really partnering with Ukraine in terms of rare earth. We very much need rare earth. They have great rare earth. We'll be working with
the rarest earth.
Secretary Bergam.
I think he still doesn't. He's still
working on that together.
He still really doesn't seem to understand what rare earth minerals are. I haven't heard him say the phrase rare earth minerals yet, so I'm still not certain that he knows what the hell he's talking about when he says rare earth. The rarest earth. That's what we need. Elon keeps telling me about the rare earths, and I'm gonna listen to him. He's my bestest buddy. He knows all about the rare earth.
We're going to be able to have tremendous, this gives us, because we don't have that much of it here. We have some, but we don't have that much, and we need a lot more.
Our earth is very normal.
Really propel us to the next level to lead in every way. We're leading right now with AI. We're leading with everything right now, but we need resources. We have to double our electric capacity. We have to do many things. We have to.
We're going to own Ukraine.
The electric capacity from what we have right now, if you can believe it. So I just say this. So the deal we're making gets us. It brings us great wealth. We get back the money that we spent, and we hope that we're going to be able to settle this up. We want to settle it. We want to stop. I tell you what.
I'm going to settle the debt.
For two reasons, but the number one reason by far is to watch all these people being killed. I see pictures every week. I assume satellite pictures mostly, but there's some pictures on site of thousands of soldiers that are being killed. They're being decimated because equipment today, military equipment, is so powerful and so devastating. And number one, I want to see people stop. And they're not from here. They're from primarily two other countries. And then, by the way, let's talk about the Middle East. We got to solve that problem too. And that's come a long way. We're doing very well in that also. A lot of things are happening on that. But I'm watching soldiers being killed, Ukrainian and Russian soldiers being killed. My number one thing is to get that stopped. My number two thing is I don't want to have to pay any more money because Biden has spent $350 billion.
Something that I've noticed about Donald Trump when he talks about this is that he seems to be referring to this number that's been supposedly killed in this war. That seemed to be much higher than the count currently. And it makes me think that since he's been talking to Vladimir Putin so much, that maybe at one point Vladimir Putin told him some massive number of Russians had died, and there's been suggestions that the numbers on Russia's side have been much larger than reported. I don't know if that's what's going on here, or if he just doesn't know what the actual numbers are. It's a little weird.
Any chance of getting it back? Now we're going to be getting all of that money back plus a lot more. And we provided a great thing. We provided something very important. And we'll be working with Ukraine, and because we'll be taking that, we're going to be taking what we're entitled to take. Now, they spent $350 billion, and Europe spent $100 billion. Now, does anybody really think that's fair? But then we find out a little while ago, not so long ago, a few months ago, I found out that the money they spent, they get back. But the money we spent...
He's still saying this.
They said, well, we're going to get it back.
We're going to get it.
And we'll be able to make a deal. And
it's hilarious. This is after the meeting where Emmanuel Macron told him straight to his face the day before that that Ukraine wasn't paying Europe back for all of the money, and it's just not true. But he's got to double and triple down on everything, regardless of what's true and what's false.
again, President Zelensky's coming.
I don't want reality.
And it's a great thing. It's a great deal for Ukraine too, because they get us over there. We're going to be working over there. We'll be on the land.
We'll be on the land.
There's sort of automatic security because nobody's going to be messing around with our people when we're there, and so we'll be there in that way. But
we'll be there in that way.
Be watching it very closely. I know that UK has said and France has said that they volunteered to put so-called peacekeepers on the site, and I think that's a good thing.
So I guess the United States is going to be there. European peacekeepers are going to be there. It's not clear in what capacity the U.S. is going to be there in Trump's mind, and in what parts of Ukraine we're going to be. Hey, you're being very rude.
How rude.
Okay, now let's go on here to The Guardian from 13 hours ago, where things got a little contentious between Keir. This is I think the first time things get, but they got weird throughout the day. But this was the two of them in the Oval once again. Donald Trump asking Keir Starmer this question.
Just to follow up on that, if British troops are in Ukraine keeping the peace and get attacked by Russia, will you come to their aid?
If the British people are in Ukraine and they get attacked, you know, I've always found about the British, they don't need much help. They can take care of themselves very well. You know what? No, it sounds like it's evasive, but it's not evasive. You know, the British have been incredible.
Great warriors.
Soldiers, incredible military. And they can
Great
take
British
care of
warriors.
themselves. But if they need help, I'll always be with the British, okay? I'll always be with them. But they don't need help. You look at their career. You have done very well over the years, haven't you?
We have. I'm very proud of our country. And but we've also always been backing each other up between our two countries. That is why this is the greatest alliance for prosperity and security I think the world has ever seen. Whenever necessary, we've absolutely backed each other up, and that's at the
Could
core
you take on Russia by yourselves?
Well,
I got jokes. Can you take on Russia by yourself? You need me. I'm like my boss. You need me. You need to pay me for protection. You couldn't take on that bully without me. Let me handle him for you.
Yeah, please, ma'am, go ahead.
Mr. President, what would you be willing to do if Vladimir Putin did not stick to the terms of any deal on Ukraine?
If he not what?
He did not stick to the
He
terms
did
of
what?
any deal on Ukraine, because he has a history of not sticking
Vlad
to
would
his
never
word
do
when
that.
it comes to international agreements.
I think he'll keep his word. I think I've spoken to him. I've known him for a long time now. You know, I've known him. We had to go through the Russian hoax together. That was not a good thing. It's not fair. That was a rigged deal, and had nothing to do with Russia. It was a rigged deal with inside the country, and they had to put up with that too. They put up with a lot. It wasn't just us. They had to put up with it, with a phony story that was made up. I've known him for a long time now, and I think he will. I don't believe he's going to violate his word. I don't think he'll be back when we make a deal. I think the deal's going to hold. Now they're going to have security. You're going to have security. You're going to have soldiers. I know France wants to be there. He's the president has said he wants to have soldiers there. I don't think we're going to even be necessary.
We're not even going to be necessary. Why would Vlad ever break a deal? He's never broken any deals aside from fake ones. Never broken a deal. He doesn't lie. Have you seen the guy? He doesn't have to lie. He's very great. That Vladimir Putin. They call him a strong man. Call him a very, very strong man. That's what the media says, not me. Of course, Vladimir Putin has broken 2 deals now. First in 2014, then again in 2022 after the second deal. So, which one was fake? Both of them? I guess they're both fake. Including the one that lasted 20 years. Now, let's see how things were going on here in the press brief. Well, not the press briefing room, but what is this called? There's a different room. This is not... Oh, God damn it. Well, this is the larger meeting room in the White House. Donald Trump and Keir Starmer talking about Russia. Donald Trump abruptly interrupts Keir Starmer. Oh wait, this is a different one.
Told me that you believe that foreign countries pay tariffs, but Americans who are concerned about higher prices believe, as most people do, that they're paid by consumers.
I just remember that this is not about Russia. This is about Canada. I'm so sorry. This is about the United States annexing Canada. Keir Starmer tries to answer the question. Donald Trump doesn't like that.
Pay tariffs, but Americans who are concerned about higher prices
Why is this here?
believe, as most people do, that they're paid by consumers and importers when they import things into this country. Can you explain how you came to this belief that foreign governments are paying tariffs? And for the Prime Minister, did you discuss with President Trump his repeated statements of desire to annex Canada? And has the King expressed any concern over the President's apparent desire to remove one of his realms from his control?
So I'll go ahead. The first part, the tariffs are necessary because we've been treated very unfairly by many, many countries, including our friends, friend and foe. But we've been treated very unfairly in trade at levels that nobody's really ever seen before, and especially under the Biden administration, they really took advantage of the United States.
Very unfairly, Americans are buying more products from other countries.
I put massive tariffs on China during my 4 years. We had the best economy in the history of our country. Probably the best economy.
Why are Americans so unfair to themselves?
And I used tariffs to even things up. And in particular with China, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars and we had no inflation. And it's a myth. It's a myth that's put out there by foreign countries that really don't like paying tariffs, and especially to even up. So we've been treated badly by a lot. We're using tariffs. And I find, and you just have to look at the numbers, but I find that it's not about inflation. It's about fairness, and the inflation for us has not existed. And I don't think it's going to exist. We're going to bring our car industry back. We're going to bring our chips back. We're going to bring so many things back to our country, including pharmaceuticals and drugs. And the thing that's going to get us there is tariffs. And I say often, it's my favorite word in the dictionary, but I always preface that by saying now, because I got into a lot of trouble with the fake news where they say that's not good. So I say God, love, family, wife, they're all my favorite words, but tariff is about number 4 or 5
Tariff
of the
is
list.
number 4.
But I will tell you, it's going to make our country rich, and it's going to stop us from being a laughing stock all over the world.
We're going to make ourselves rich.
Because we have been taken advantage of like no country has ever been taken advantage of. Thank you very much. And
look, we had a really good discussion, a productive discussion, a good discussion, as a result of which our teams are now going to be working together on an economic deal. Our teams are going to be working together on security in Ukraine. You mentioned Canada. I think you're trying to find a divide between us that doesn't exist. We're the closest of nations, and we had very good discussions today, but we didn't discuss Canada.
That's enough. Shut up. Shut up here. Enough talking.
Go ahead.
How rude.
And I actually watched the other. If we had watched the whole thing, because I had the whole thing clipped up. Well, not clipped up. I had it, like, set up.
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister,
But there was just no way we were going to watch all 45 minutes of it tonight with all the problems we've had. But Donald Trump, like, leans all the way over to Keir Starmer. He's like, hey, would you shut up? Don't answer. Enough answering questions. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, you were asking the President today about a backstop for Europe if the peacekeeping force ends up in Ukraine. Did you feel like you got a satisfying answer for yourself and for Europe? And Mr. President, if you want to comment on that as well, please do.
I felt we had a very productive discussion. Obviously, as the President says, the deal has to come first.
We had a productive conversation.
But yes, our teams are going to be talking about how we make sure that deal sticks, is lasting and enforced. So our teams will be talking about
Keir seems genuinely terrified of Donald Trump. Like, I feel like he did not handle this meeting well at all. He was, like, incredibly obsequious. Maybe that's just my read of it. Well, with all of this discussion about wars all over the place, Donald Trump and the United States pulling out of our closest alliances, and people have been doing all sorts of stuff in the wake of that. We watched U.S. A number of NATO like drills earlier over the last couple weeks, I guess. NATO drills without the United States in preparation for maybe just a European alliance. And now Sweden is sending its tanks to join NATO forces on the Russian border as of 13 hours ago.
NATO is getting bigger at a time when its future is in doubt.
The threat is present, and that's why we're preparing.
Tanks on the charge in territory once claimed by Russia. As Sweden joins NATO troops for the first time, Donald Trump is sowing the seeds of doubt.
The Americans are
But they're questioning NATO now more than ever, aren't they?
They are.
NATO's soldiers say they can defend against any invasion along Europe's eastern front. Are you ready to fight for Latvia, to fight for NATO?
Yes, I'm ready.
But citizens are worried about a future conflict and who will help them. Do you believe that NATO and your allies would protect you?
I hope so.
Can NATO and Europe survive the Trump and Putin bromance, or is history set to repeat itself? In all wars, there are the aggressors and there are the defenders. Here, in the Latvian forest, it's Swedish troops who are playing offense in this NATO exercise. And so today, NATO's newest member is pretending to be the alliance's biggest threat, the Russians.
This is a mission that could make difference, I believe, to really deter. We're preparing for being as strong as possible, as soon as possible.
Sweden, once proudly neutral for 200 years, is now part of Operation Oak Resolve, as NATO members prepare to defend a nation right on the border with Russia and Belarus. This exercise simulates day 30 of an invasion into the Baltic states, and this is the first time Swedish troops have joined in.
It was a good decision a year ago to let Sweden become a member of NATO. We were proud to be here as the first Swedish battalion in NATO, and we're here to deter the Russian aggression and also...
So yeah, I feel like the United States pulling out of its alliances definitely draws the rest of the world closer, perhaps together, but also closer to all-out wars, as, you know, the situation just grows ever more complicated with the things that are happening in relation to this right now. All right, let's go on to the Middle East. Oh, sorry, before we do that, let's go to Africa. Talk about the DRC as things have gotten even further out of hand there. M23 seems to be pushing further and further through the DRC territory, attempting to take more land and resources. Now in the city of Bukavu, deadly blasts seen here over the last 24 hours, and a large part of the population is now fleeing as a result of all of this. Here's Guardian News from 14 hours ago. Footage circulating on social media shows people at a rally after gunfire and an explosion in the eastern DRC city of Bukavu. Another clip captured the moment an explosion happened. Injured people were carried away from the blast scene and rushed into ambulances. Rebel leader said 11 people had been killed and 65 injured. The mass rally was held by the M23 group, which is fighting the DRC government. M23 captured Bukavu on the 16th of February. The event was attended by tens of thousands of people. M23 group blamed the government for the attack. The DRC's prime minister condemned the attack and blamed a foreign army. So I guess, I don't know whose fault it is. Who are we to say? I don't know. But all of this is making things much worse in this region of Africa. Alright, now let's go on to the Middle East. God, we've been going for like 7 hours already, I think. Yeesh. Alright, to the Middle East. Let's go to TRT World here. Top UN envoy concerned Israel's raids could derail the Gaza ceasefire. The raids we're talking about are, of course, the raids that have been happening. It's more than a raid. I mean, it's a full-on invasion of the West Bank. Tanks and everything else.
For the Middle East peace process, who described the escalating violence in the West Bank as anything but peaceful.
While international attention is focused on Gaza, I am concerned about military operations, attacks and mounting violence in the West Bank. Casualties, destruction and displacement continue to be reported, particularly in Jenin, Tubas and Tulkarem governorates, where refugee camps and infrastructure are heavily impacted.
The Council also heard from an Israeli hostage who worried about the lives of the remaining hostages and the impact of the pause on the ceasefire deal.
I need to make sure that the world knows that. The deal must go on, in full and completely, in all the stages.
The U.S. ambassador's message to the Security Council reflected the Trump administration's hardline demands about Hamas in the Middle East.
As long as Hamas stands as a force that can govern, or as a force that can administer, or as a force that can threaten by use of violence, peace becomes impossible. Hamas must be eliminated. It must be eradicated.
Palestine's UN ambassador, Riyad Mansour, questioned the U.S. and Israeli intentions in making the ceasefire pause permanent.
For the U.S., the conclusion of this agreement and its implementation is about the hostages. But for Israel, was it? The next few days yet again test its true priorities. Will they destroy the ceasefire and resume fighting? Or will they, will all of you, will all of us make the ceasefire permanent to save lives?
The UN Special Envoy to the Middle East says that Gaza can be rebuilt, but the U.S. idea of removing Palestinians is a violation of international law.
Yeah. Where is Steve Witkoff? Oh, right. He's doing the whole Ukraine thing. He's right. He's the new UN Special Envoy to the Middle East. Or was it Elise Stefanik? No, she's just the... Wait, I thought she was the new... Wait. Now I have to look it up. What the fuck? Was she not a... Wait, she was approved, right? Why does it say she's still serving as... What? Am I losing my mind? Oh, she's just the UN ambassador nominee. But didn't she get approved? Why isn't she out there doing this stuff, huh? It's weird. And didn't she get approved? Am I losing my mind? I could have sworn we went through those hearings. There's been so many of them. It's hard to keep track of who actually got confirmed at this point. I was thrown off that it wasn't her talking, though. Alright, let's go now to this. The thing that is on the thumbnail of this stream. This insane video about Trump Gaza that was posted by the administration. Donald Trump has shared a bizarre AI-generated video of what's next for Gaza. The video appears to have first been posted online by accounts unaffiliated with the White House.
Bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear.
In the clip, Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, and Elon Musk can be seen. You can also see that all the cars that are passing through, like they're not quite Teslas, but they definitely resemble Teslas in a lot of ways. This is horrifying. I mean, this is how he sees it. This is going to be, this is the new Riviera. The new Riviera of the Middle East. An apparent vision of what Trump has called the Riviera of the Middle East. An AI-generated song accompanies the video, hailing Trump as an icon. Ugh.
We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.
Illegal.
It's the worst. That is the worst thing I've ever seen.
So late last night, President Trump posted what appeared to be an AI-generated video on his Truth Social account. It's basically a promotion for his plan for Gaza, which is to essentially turn the enclave into a lavish Gulf resort. Here's part of that video.
Donald is coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear. Trump Gaza is finally here. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new life. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza, #1.
Let's discuss with Kevin Barron. He's a national security analyst and former executive editor for Defense One. Kevin, thanks so much for being with us. What did you make of this video?
I mean, how many times do we have to see something like this where it would be comical if it wasn't so serious and so exhausting? These images just, you know, they shock you and then you laugh and then you go, what are we doing and where are we living? And in a time where, as your previous segment just showed, the hostages are being released, we're supposed to be getting to a new ceasefire phase, we're supposed to be getting toward some kind of future for this region. The Saudi defense minister was just at the Pentagon this week as well. So there are these enormous security concerns going on, and this kind of video just does nothing for American security or regional security. But it does show where Trump's head is, right? It shows he's calling himself King Trump. He's putting out images of him as a giant idol in the middle of Gaza that looks like Vegas. I'm not sure what to say.
It reminds me a bit of when he went to meet with Kim Jong-un one-on-one, and he apparently showed him a trailer of what North Korean waterfront property would look like. He obviously views things very much from the perspective of a real estate tycoon. I do wonder, though, how this sort of video lands with Palestinians. Those who support Hamas, those who don't support Hamas and want to find peace.
Hamas wants peace too, and freedom. I love the way CNN has to frame all this. But this, I mean, this is disgusting, right? The fact that they would repost this, they didn't even make it themselves, supposedly. They just found it and thought, oh, this is great. A video that shows a horrifying future for Gaza. Filled with Donald Trump golden Donald Trump idols, like, you know, and real estate opportunities that aren't really going to include Palestinians. It's not even clear if Palestinians will ever be allowed to return in the case of Donald Trump doing something like this. And, you know, without Palestinians, none of that is ever going to even be close to happening. Let's go here. James O'Brien of LBC.
But what I want to do now is play you this extraordinary, and I know I use that word a lot, but goodness me, I need a bigger word. We're going to need a bigger word. Video that Donald Trump has posted, which I cannot describe to you without describing it to you, if you see what I mean. I can't show it to you necessarily, depending on where you are, although you can find it on the lbc.co.uk webpage and indeed all over social media, including on my Blue Sky account at Mr. James OB. But I can't just let it play because you'll only hear the sound. And I can't do a running commentary because that would be, I wouldn't be quick enough. I'd have to pause it to describe scenes that are there. And if you think I'm confused, listen to what the producer just wrote on my screen. She wrote, "If I'm honest, James, I don't know what's going to happen here. Following that initial play, I don't think any of us currently know what each other wants." And that's before Keith Six is all in. So what are we actually going to do? I don't think I'll play it on my phone next to the microphone because that offends Keith's audio engineering sensibilities on a level that I find impossible to comprehend. Am I right? Okay. I don't think I'll play it. I'll let you hear the audio without any pause. It's only 33 seconds long. I want you, so you'll hear it in the highest quality we can establish. And then I will watch it in real time in the studio and try to describe it to you, but using pause, because otherwise we would never be able to fully articulate the sheer horror and absurdity of what I am watching. So I'm going to pause on my device and then describe to you the last second or two that I've just watched. But you are about to hear the soundtrack to an AI-generated film depicting in broad terms, and I don't think we need to worry about spoilers, the transfer or the transformation of an obliterated Gaza Strip into a Donald Trump-owned beach resort. This happened again. Until I say it out loud, I haven't fully registered what I'm looking at. It's such a strange cycle. It must just be because of the job that I do. Until I say it out loud, I'm going to play you the soundtrack to a film that the President of the United States has posted and shared and presumably commissioned.
Yeah, and that's the thing about this, is like, I think we have to talk about it to make it, you know, what's the word? Like, to at least, like, come to terms with what is being done here, what's being put out by the President of the United States. I believe on his own private social media, well, not private, but his own social media company. Right? Like, this is what he's putting out there as good. Right? He's not putting it out there because he thinks it's a stupid idea. He thinks that this video somehow encapsulates his vision for Gaza. A fucking Trump hotel and real estate opportunity adorned with golden Trump statues. It's horrifying. It is horrifying when you say it all out loud. That's what the President of the United States is suggesting be done. It's not just his video, right? He's been saying this now for the last month. And this is just sort of like a you know, what he sees as being the best visual representation of what he wants done. This practically comedic, like, insane vision.
A putative transformation of the largest prison camp in the world, reduced to rubble by, as you know, a military bombardment of unprecedented severity and, in my opinion, inhumanity, being transformed without any mention of what happens to the people currently living there, or dispossessed or homeless, let alone dead and hideously injured, to be transformed into a beach resort owned by the current President of the United States of America. And 15 seconds in, as many of you have identified, there's a clip of such unutterable idiocy in the context of what Donald Trump supposedly stands for that you won't believe me when we get there, and I tell you. But everything I tell you will be true. Okay? So, first of all, have a listen. You're quite right. I think I might be in the process of inventing Gogglebox Radio. Am I in the process of inventing Gogglebox Radio? Have we ever done anything like this before? But desperate times call for desperate measures. Here's the soundtrack.
Donald's coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see.
I can't watch it again. I can't do it. Look at this. Elon Musk being showered with money. I assume that's Elon. More Teslas, Trump statues, Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu hanging out by the pool.
Okay, I wish this was satire. I wish it was parody.
Yeah,
I wish we could ignore it, as one or two people have suggested in the last few days. We can stop being distracted. You don't have to be distracted. You can describe the appalling policies that are being enacted. You can describe the abandonment of Ukraine. You can describe the sycophantic attitude towards Vladimir Putin, the United Nations resolutions, the vote that the United States cast with Vladimir Putin's Russia, yesterday's comment that he will welcome oligarchs, Russian oligarchs who've robbed their own country blind into the United States of America if they pay enough money. All of that you can do, but you can't ignore something like this. So the opening scene is a child crouched in the rubble of what purports to be Gaza, although I think there's probably too many buildings still standing for it to be a proper representation of what has happened to much of that territory. There's an adult to the right of the child attempting to either comfort or caution him, and to the left there is a fighter holding a machine gun, and that is how the film opens. And Gaza then appears in big green letters at the top of the screen. It cuts quickly to footage of some women sort of rifling through what look like scraps or soil, presumably in pursuit of food, and then more footage of men walking through this rubble-strewn thoroughfare, obviously designed to represent the aftermath of the Israeli bombardment. There's a child running through the streets, pursued by a fighter in what appears to be sort of quasi-military garb, and then we cut back to the original child, whose hands are being held by two men, one on each side, and the question, what next, appears at the top of the screen. They then walk through a CGI-generated tunnel and come out on a beach that has been created by CGI, but looks, most like a sort of combination of Miami and Dubai, only one of which I have visited. And so the child walks through this tunnel, two children and a woman walk through the tunnel, come out on the other side. Well, this bit looks more like Monte Carlo. So they're now in a palm tree dotted paradise, where extremely expensive cars drive up and down, and very smart looking restaurants and other hospitality sites. We're 10 seconds into a 34-second film, so don't worry, we're not going to be here forever. And then more children come pouring through this tunnel, rushing towards this curious Florida, Dubai mashup. There are markets on the street as well, and there's a picture of a bloke who looks oddly like Elon Musk, like a sort of elongated Elon Musk. Elongated Elon. I don't know, is that his middle name? Like an elongated Elon Musk, appearing to eat what appears to be seafood. I can't quite tell. Maybe it's CGI generated, but something luxurious, no doubt, with a big smile on his face. Oh, delicious. And then you've got perhaps the strangest element of the film, which is some belly dancers doing what belly dancers do, wearing, skirts and bikini tops, or what, I don't know what the technical term is. But and that moment passes very, very quickly. So quickly, in fact, that you have to use pause to identify the fact that they've both got very long beards and breasts. So in Donald Trump's vision of Gaza...
Yeah, it's very strange that we're even talking about this. This is the fever dream that Donald Trump sees as being most representative of his dream for Gaza, his vision for the Middle East. It's insane. Let's go back to real life. How's that sound? Let's go here. Associated Press from yesterday. Palestinian hostages being released by Israel arrive in Gaza. All right, let's leave the Middle East now.
Sources say Mercedes-Benz is cutting jobs in China to achieve its goal of reducing by a quarter workforce costs in its biggest market by 2027. The German luxury car maker announced further cost-cutting globally as it warned last week that 2025 earnings would be significantly lower. It comes amid price competition in China and rising global trade tensions. The source added that Mercedes told staff at its sales and finance subsidiaries in China on Tuesday that it would let go of around 10 to 15% of employees in these units. The company is also reportedly planning similar job cuts at other departments, such as IT and legal, later this year.
Mercedes cutting its workforce by 25%. Specifically in China, and I think a lot of this probably does have to do with the fact that Chinese manufacturers are just beating out other car companies in China. No matter how hard all of them seem to want to win in this market with so many customers available. They all thought that this situation would work out for them, but now with that, as well as tariffs in the EU and the United States, a lot of them are giving up. All right. On from China to North Korea. Let's go here first. France 24 English from 22 hours ago. Apparently, it's very strange. Donald Trump's own FBI accusing North Korea of a North Korean hacker group of stealing $1.5 billion. Not in US currency. No. In cryptocurrency.
Time for business now. Charles Pellegrin is with us. He's going to start with the latest developments in the largest crypto heist in history.
That's right. I'm referring to the theft of $1.5 billion worth of crypto assets last week on the Dubai-based cryptocurrency exchange Bybit. And this Wednesday, the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigations has formally accused a North Korean group of being behind that hack. The FBI pointed the finger at a group called Trader, also known as the Lazarus Group, who are now converting their stolen assets into Bitcoin and other virtual assets dispersed across thousands of addresses on multiple blockchains with an end goal of laundering their ill-gotten gains and finally converting them into fiat currency. It also encouraged private sector entities to help freeze those assets. The Bybit exchange itself actually has offered a 10% bounty to any crypto sleuths out there able to help. With the community rising up to that challenge, currently over 3% of stolen funds have been successfully frozen.
So what do we know then about this North Korean hacking group?
Well, the Lazarus Group gained notoriety about a decade ago.
Now, before they get too far into this, now, one thing inconvenient for these thieves right now is the fact that digital assets are, well, they're basically crashing. There's no other word for it. In the last 7 days, crypto, well, not all of crypto, but most of it, Bitcoin is down from nearly $100,000 7 days ago. It was around 99,000. It is now trading at 79,000, $20,000 down from where it was just 7 days ago. Even more so from if you go further back. I'm just looking at the graphs right now. At one point, it almost reached 110,000 earlier in the last couple months. And if you start from there, we're talking about a loss of like 26%. And this is bad. Because banks and pensions and hedge funds have started buying this stuff up. And this could all bleed into the rest of the economy. And Bitcoin is honestly doing better, faring better than many other currencies. If you look at some of these other cryptocurrencies, they've lost, 30, 40, 50% in the same amount of time. Trump coin has been getting absolutely hammered. It hit a high of around $74 a coin when it was first offered about a month ago now. And it is now down to $11.25. A decrease of, what is that, 86%? It's nearly 86. It's close. It's a lot. That's what I was referring to earlier. I talked about the Donald Trump rug pull, because Trump coin has been utterly obliterated. And I can't say for sure that it's a rug pull in the Donald Trump, but it's got the vibes. It's got rug pull vibes. I know that much. GSL says buy the dip. No, he does not. He does not say that.
It was accused by the U.S. of hacking into Sony Pictures around the time the studio was going to release the comedy film The Interview, which mocked the North Korea regime and its leader Kim Jong-un. But it's also allegedly behind some of the biggest crypto heists in history before this latest one, whether it's the $620 million theft from Ronin Network in 2022 or the $300 million theft of crypto from the DMM Bitcoin exchange back in December. But it's really part of a wider North Korean cyber warfare program that dates back to at least the mid-1990s and which has grown into a 6,000-strong unit known as Bureau 121. A UN panel on North Korea's sanctions evasion estimates that it's stolen over $3 billion in crypto since 2017, and that this helps fund Pyongyang's nuclear weapons program.
And that hack has had a pretty sobering effect on the value of cryptocurrencies.
Chief among them, Bitcoin, the leading cryptocurrency, had hit new record highs of over $100,000 a month ago in the wake of Donald Trump taking office as a pro-crypto president. But since then, since the hack last Friday, it's significantly fallen to below.
It started. The drop happened way before last. It started happening way before last Friday. I've been watching this. It's funny that he's trying to blame just the hack. It's just the hack, not the, scamalicious activity going on, not the pyramid schemification. No, that's not it. It's the hack. Okay, well, one more piece of North Korean news. We are getting close to the end of this stream. It's weird that it was broken up into 2 streams. It's throwing me off. Been doing it for we've been doing it.
Phrasing?
We've been going for like 7.5 hours already, but somehow I keep looking back. It's like only 5, and how are we only 5? And I keep thinking I somehow robbed you of content. And I'm like, oh right, we got screwed at the beginning of this. That's what happened. And a bunch of the content was done then. I should have redone the whole thing. I was looking at this list. I was like, there's no way I can get through it. Okay, let's go to North Korea. Apparently, Kim Jong has been doing some tests. Missile tests. That hat, though. Oh my god. Well, if you're not looking right now, there's images of missiles supposedly flying through the air into a compound, some sort of a testing site, massive explosion. And if you weren't watching, you missed Kim Jong-un wearing a very, very sweet hat. Looked super warm. Okay, let's go to South Korea now, where there's a bunch of things to talk about there. Let's go here first, actually. This was from yesterday, Al Jazeera English. South Korea apparently hosted Asia's largest drone show in Busan. Here is Al Jazeera with the story. Ahem. Go web go.
The 10th year it's been held, and this is the biggest yet. One short decade that's witnessed generations of drone development, especially in military applications, driven by worldwide conflicts in recent years. Drones that attack other drones, or jamming devices to defend against them. And then drones that attack in swarms, with one lead drone being flown by a human, but communicating with other machines.
It's all about how like a limited number of operators are actually making thousands of drones.
The image of a bunch of missile-equipped drones is terrifying. I'm fairly certain that that's what those are, or at least they're bombs. But this is fucked. This is totally fucked.
That attack in swarms, with one lead drone being flown by a human, but communicating with other machines.
It's all about how like a limited number of operators are actually making thousands of drones work by themselves.
Ever more sophisticated artificial intelligence offers the possibility of the drones themselves deciding who is an enemy to target without human involvement. Just one of the many ethical challenges posed by AI.
Military applications aside, we're also seeing showcased the increasing civilian uses of drones, from small specialist devices for emergency services dealing with natural disasters to much bigger drones to carry and deliver the stuff we need.
South Korea is driving the use of drones in logistics with a number of pioneering projects across a peninsula whose coastline has several thousand islands. Often remote and suffering rural decline, drones can play a key role.
그런 서비스를
Everybody's racing to create new destructive technology. to arm up in this already tense moment. That's great. So great for everybody. Now, the president of South Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, is still in impeachment trials right now. Still in court, trying to defend his choice to usher in military rule, martial law. And yeah, I figured we'd take a look at this most recent footage here. Associated Press 2 days ago. The giant opposition and the power that is inciting rebellion are... Whoa, you bastard.
그러나 12.3 비상계엄은 뭐 있습니다. 그러나
The giant opposition and the power that is inciting rebellion are misleading South Korean people by misusing their trauma of martial law experiences. However, the December 3rd martial law was completely different from past martial law precedents. The aim was not to oppress South Korean people with force, but an appeal to the public in the form of a martial law decree. Huh? An appeal to the public? What? Why would you declare martial law? Why would you declare martial law to ask people for something, to plead with them? Why don't you just use a microphone and the media? I don't feel like you need troops to appeal to people. That's a weird vibe for a democracy. Dear South Korean people who I love, the martial law was declared for the good of the country and the people. However, I am truly sorry for causing chaos and inconvenience to my precious citizens. Alright, okay. Did some people miss that story earlier? Well, we've been covering a lot, so I don't blame you, but yeah. I think it was in the beginning of January that happened. Might have even been last year. Was it December? Anyway. Yeah, Yoon Suk-yeol declared martial law, was very quickly rescinded, but since then he was impeached in the Congress of South Korea and is now in the final stage of that impeachment process, which might leave him out of office. In the basically what is South Korea's Supreme Court to a degree. It's not quite that, it's a little different, but basically the same idea. Basically a tribunal that hears over these important matters. Alright, last two stories. You made it through. Great job, chat. Staying in South Korea, apparently they have something, some sort. I mean, in a way, this is good news, right? Because South Korea has been dealing with a very low birth rate. There's been the 4H movement, women withholding men sex among other things like relationships, and all of that has been contributing to it, sort of, among other things, inequality, but apparently for the first time in 9 years, almost an entire decade, South Korea sees its first birth rate increase.
When Nam Hyun-jin had her first child 5 years ago, she wasn't sure South Korea was the right place to raise a bigger family. But a $70,000 baby bonus from her employer, Booyoung Group, changed that. She may be part of a trend. South Korea posted the world's lowest birth rate in 2023, but preliminary data out this week shows its fertility rate actually rose last year. Nam, who now has 2 kids and no regrets, says her company's support has reassured her that motherhood won't hurt her career.
My company's culture, which encourages having more children, provides a huge help. Society as a whole is encouraging childbirth more now, compared to 5 years ago, when we had our first child.
It's not just Nam's company. Other firms and even the government are stepping in. South Korea now offers tax exemptions on childbirth bonuses and other incentives to encourage family growth. This collective effort may be paying off. The birth rate reversal this week was South Korea's first population growth in 9 years, increased slightly in 2024 to 0.75 from 0.72 in 2023. It's a slight...
Who knew giving people a bunch of money would make them more inclined to have children? Oh, what? Never could have guessed it.
But still a glimmer of hope for a country facing a potential population crisis. South Korea's struggle with declining births mirrors similar crises in other developed nations like Japan and Italy, where fertility rates remain stubbornly low despite their own government interventions. Park Hyun-jung, director at Statistics.
You're right, it is the 4G movement. I looked it up. I see.
Park Hyun-jung, director at Statistics Korea, said at a briefing Wednesday, more couples are getting married after pandemic delays in South Korea, and they see a shift towards more positive views on childbirth. Hoping to sustain this momentum, the government has set an ambitious target, raising the fertility rate to 1 birth per woman by 2030. So it's rolled out incentives that include a $350 tax cut per person for newlyweds through 2026. But critics like Jung Jae-hoon, a social welfare professor at Seoul Women's University, say the perks aren't enough.
There has to be a paradigm shift towards democratic, gender-equal family structures by establishing society-wide childcare systems and family-friendly corporate management.
Several young South Koreans Reuters spoke to were also skeptical, seeing parenthood as a financial burden and worrying about job security.
In Korea, we need to spend a lot of money to have a baby or get married. It is very difficult for the families. Therefore, I think having a child is not so welcomed in Korean society.
It's too early to tell if all of this will reverse the population crisis. The government says it's going to continue its push to get companies to be open about their policies for parents. Starting this year, listed companies must report childcare statistics in their filings to regulators, and smaller businesses can...
Okay, there we go. South Korea incentivizing people having kids by giving them money. Some say it's not enough. Alright, final story of the night. After nearly 8 hours of streaming, well, at least attempting to stream, we've gotten here. I don't know if you know this, but today is the first night of Ramadan. Or today's the first day. Sorry. 28th. Right, yeah, okay. Today's the first day of Ramadan. Let's go to Australia to see how Muslims there are preparing for the start of this high holiday.
From twinkling lanterns to crescent moons, Ramadan decorations are transforming shops and homes across Australia. For Keir, a mother of 3, decorating her home for Ramadan has become a family tradition.
I love the fact that a lot of the Muslim people are starting to decorate a lot more for Ramadan time. You drive past somebody's house and you see it's all decorated and it looks absolutely stunning. There's a high demand and there's a lot of people wanting to start buying stuff.
As more families decorate their homes, the month of Ramadan is becoming a way for communities to share their culture.
Ramadan for me and my family, it's not just here, it's not just for my Muslim friends. We have a lot of friends that aren't Muslim and they come and break fast with us as well at night. I like them to see our culture the same way that they show us.
Australian businesses also recognizing an economic opportunity to tap into the needs of the country's Muslim population.
Ramadan decorations this year is big different because we have a lot of order, and this year a lot of demand.
And it is not just specialty stores. Big retailers are also joining in.
Even Coles and Woolworths, everyone is starting to carry stuff for Ramadan, from the dates to the Kit Kat chocolates. Everyone's starting to be aware a lot more of Ramadan and the things that they sell. So you can get from dining plates to, there are so many things now, we're not limited anymore to just, a light or a moon or a star.
For children, it is a time for reflection, but also joy.
The countdown box is quite big, and it has the 30 days of Ramadan. So every day they finish and they break fast, they get to open it. Inside each box, there's like either a Kinder Surprise or money or something, a treat. It's like a reward that they get every time they finish fasting the day.
For many Australian Muslims, these decorations are more than just festive displays. They are a symbol of community, culture, and connection. Hadil Al-Suwaidi, SBS World News.
Well, there you go. Muslims in Australia preparing for the month of Ramadan, which is now starting. Better start fasting, folks. And I'll be putting up Ramadan decorations for tonight's stream. Didn't quite get it in for today, but I'm sure I'll be able to get it done by tomorrow.
I don't want reality.
Nah, it's gonna be fine. I'm gonna get it done. That's it, folks. Well, looks like that's going to be it for me tonight. Hope you all enjoyed this stream, which was incredibly arduous and also pretty long. Thankfully, we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Decipher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. But wait, there's more. Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, and McGoggles. That's right, all these people that you see here have helped produce the show with your eyes and ears. Just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Link is in the chat and in my bio. Alrighty. Little super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream action coming at you in 3, 2, 1.
Tax proposal.
By the way, just want to quickly throw out some galactic messaging before we get done with the stream. Since I had one less galactic break, going to recommend, in fact, I'm going to plea with you to contribute to the Galactic News Network if you haven't already. Really just need a few dollars a month from everybody who subscribes on YouTube and we'd be fine. But with March incoming, we still have galactic bills to pay that are going unpaid. Short a little bit of money here. Not a lot. We've gotten enough donations recently to get us very close. I think we're getting about like $100 away from achieving financial security for the next month. So, if you got a few extra bucks, send it over on Cash App, PayPal, or become a Patreon subscriber. 3 places where I get the money immediately, if not sooner. Alright, chat, enjoy the after stream.
We have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break, everybody wants a tax break, but you know what? There are other priorities in this country, I don't need it. And 2 of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes.
Wow, impeccable living. I just saw a payment come through. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Mr. President, We have been
Really
told
appreciate it.
really not to worry too much because
I think that
the
gets us out of the woods.
of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last
To the
2
moon,
years. Not to
everybody.
worry.
To the moon.
Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept of giving tax breaks to billionaires, that we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair win. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916, and it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I got $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Keir has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, but the President and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active in the state of Vermont. And I want to read to you from a press release that they just sent out the other day. And this is the headline from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Cutting contributions to Social Security signals the beginning of the end. Payroll tax holiday is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security, one of the strong senior groups in America. And this is what Barbara says, and I quote, "Even though Social Security contributed nothing to the current economic crisis, it has been bartered in a deal that provides deficit-busting tax cuts for the wealthy. Diverting $120 billion in Social Security contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that the majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon in the future." And that's what the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare says about that agreement, and I agree with them. So for all of us who understand that Social Security is life and death for tens of millions of Americans today and will be vitally important for working people as they reach retirement age, that we understand that Social Security has done a great job. You know, Mr. President, a few minutes ago you were on the floor talking about the strong work that our federal employees do, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes we also take for granted that Social Security has been an enormous success. It has done exactly what those people who created it wanted it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. It succeeded. It has taken millions and millions of seniors out of poverty, given them an element of security. It has also helped people with disabilities maintain their dignity. Widows and orphans are also getting help. For 75 years, it has worked well. It has a $2.6 trillion surplus today, and it can pay out benefits for the next 29 years. It is strong. We want to make it stronger. This payroll tax holiday, I'm afraid, is a step very much in the wrong direction, and that is one of the important reasons why this agreement between the president and the Republicans should be defeated. Mr. President, included in the agreement are a number of business tax cuts. And I'm not going to be here to say that some of them may not work. Some of them may work. Some of them will work better than others. There are a whole list of them. But this is what I will say. Economists on both ends of the political spectrum believe that if we are serious about addressing the horrendous economic crisis that we're in now, 9.8% unemployment, that there are far more effective ways of creating the jobs that we have to create than those tax proposals. With corporate America already sitting on close to $2 trillion cash on hand. It's not that our friends in corporate America don't have any money. We've got to help them. They've got $2 trillion cash on hand. The problem is not, in my view, that corporate taxes are too high. It is that the middle class simply doesn't have the money to purchase the goods and products that make our economy go and create jobs. So I think that if our goal is to create the millions and millions of jobs that we need, and if our goal is to make our country stronger internationally in a very tough global economy, I would much prefer, I think most economists would agree with me, that a better way to do that, to create the millions of jobs we've got to create, is to invest heavily in our infrastructure. Now, the truth is, and I don't think anyone disputes this, the infrastructure in the United States is crumbling. I'll go into more detail about that later. Got some very good information on it. But, you know, you don't have to be a civil engineer to know that. All you have to do is get in your car today and drive someplace. And in my state and all over this country, what you are going to see are roads that are in disrepair. You're going to see bridges that in some cases have actually been shut down. You're going to see water systems. I remember, Mr. President, I was in Rutland, Vermont, the second or third largest city in the state of Vermont. And the mayor there showed me a piece of pipe. It's very funny. It's an old pipe. And he said, you know, the engineer who helped develop this water system and laid this pipe, he went off, after he did this work for Rutland, he went off to fight in the war. And I knew there was a catch line coming. I said, well, what war was that? And he said, it was the Civil War. So you're talking about water pipe being laid in Rutland, Vermont, and this is true all over the United States, laid in the Civil War. And the result is we lose an enormous amount of clean water every day through leaks, water pipes bursting every day, all over the United States of America. But we can put people to work, improving our water system, our wastewater plants, very expensive proposition to develop good wastewater plants. I was a mayor, you were a governor. It is an expensive proposition. Roads, bridges. Furthermore, Mr. President, I don't have to tell anybody here, our rail system, which used to be the greatest rail system in the world, is now falling way behind every other major country on Earth. In Vermont, as a result of the stimulus package, which did a whole lot of very good things in the state of Vermont, one of the things we're able to do is use $50 million of federal fund, private money, to make major repairs on one of our important railways in the state. But we remain far behind most of the countries around the industrialized world. China is exploding in terms of the number of high-speed rail lines that they have. We have got to do better. Our airports need work. Our air controllers need to be updated in terms of the technology they use to make our flights safe. And the point here is that what most economists would tell you is, A, when you invest in infrastructure, you get a bigger bang for the buck, you create more jobs for your investment than in most instances giving a variety of tax breaks to the corporate world. And second of all, and not unimportantly, when you invest in infrastructure, you are improving the future of this country. You're making us more productive. It's not just creating jobs, it's creating jobs for a very specific purpose, which makes our nation more productive and efficient. And thirdly, let me tell you something as a former mayor. Infrastructure does not get better if you ignore it. You know, you could turn your back if you're a mayor or a governor on the road, on the highways, because you don't have the money to fix them today. They ain't going to get better next year. At some point, they're going to have to be repaired and fixed, and we may as well do that right now. So I believe that the money, the very substantial sums of money in this agreement between the president and the Republicans, which goes into tax breaks for corporate America, could be much better spent, more effectively spent on the infrastructure. Point I want to make in opposition to this agreement is that what we have heard from the president and others is that, look, this is a compromise. You can't get everything you want. No? Well, you can't get everything that you want around here. That's true. But one of the examples of the compromise is an extension of unemployment benefits for 13 months. Well, let me be very, very clear. In the midst of a serious and major recession, at a time when millions of our fellow Americans are not only out of work through no fault of their own, but they have been out of work for a very, very long time. It would be, in my view, immoral and wrong to turn our backs on those workers. Their unemployment benefits are going to be running out soon, and it is absolutely imperative that we extend those unemployment benefits for the 2 million workers who would lose them. But here's the point that I want to make, Mr. President. Some people say that this is a compromise. Well, the Republicans gave on unemployment, the President gave on extending tax breaks for the rich, et cetera, et cetera. But here's the point. I don't believe, honestly, that the Republican support now for extending unemployment benefits really constitutes much of a compromise. Because the truth of the matter is that for the past 40 years, under both Democratic and Republican administrations, under the leadership in the Senate and the House of Democrats or Republicans, it has been bipartisan policy that whenever the unemployment rate